All right. Perfect. Beautiful. Wonderful. I have not touched a single setting since the previous night where we played Halo 1 on the original Xbox. So hopefully, everything will be okay. But let's just double check to make sure. And wait for some folks to join us. Okay, yeah, it looks good. The stream, at least. It still says upcoming. I hope that I hope that everything's okay. I guess I'll know soon if anybody. Hey, yes, okay, it worked. Tristan's here. Yeah, we've got Schmerple. He says hi. How you doing, fellas? Hey, we got Nick. We got Ripley. Oracle. That's a good name. Metal Turtle, that's an even better name. Null, David Harbor. Fate? Yeah. You all are in here. How you guys doing? We're going to be playing Halo 2 on the original Xbox. And I'm posting this on Twitter. And now for some Halo 2 on the original Xbox with a Duke controller. Pop in during cutscenes as God intended. That's a pretty catchy title, huh? 10 out of 10 video quality. Perfect. Okay, let me grab that Duke controller. Let me put in the disc. My Xbox console keeps resetting the internal clock, and I don't know why. I feel like I've done this so more times than I can count, and it keeps wanting me to reset the clock for some reason, which, you know, sucks. So I've pretty much given up trying to, you know, get it to stop doing that, but if anybody knows what might be going on, here we go. Here's the good stuff. Now that is sweet. That is a good intro to a video game. Did you ever take out the battery for the clock? Battery for the clock in a console? Is that a thing, or are you joshing me? Are you joshing me? Are you pulling my leg? Are you yanking my chain? CMOS is probably dead. Good morning from Asia, buddy. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing very well, thank you. I made some good progress on the script. And you all who joined yesterday, you were a big help. Halo 2 Legend Walking. Xbox has a coin battery for the clock, like PC motherboards, I believe. Gotcha. Okay, maybe that's what's going on. I could definitely, maybe my wife and I could probably open it up ourselves. If not, there's a place near us called eStarland, which does console repairs. We could probably take it to them and get them to check it out. Oh my god, look how cool that is. Look how freaking cool! Oh man. Halo 2 is such a cool game, dude. I never played Halo 2 on the original Xbox, but I used the OG disc on the 360. Xbox 360 backwards compatibility. It had a lot of problems, if I recall. Dude, look how freaking cool those holographic pop-ups are. I found out the Destiny mobile game is a prequel to Destiny 1, but it's not canon. Yeah, I assume that the Destiny 1 mobile game, the reason that they want it to be a prequel is so that they could have things like the Hive, the Fallen, Cabal all be unified enemies, you know, basically like we can be back to where we started, where things were a little bit more fun, there was a little bit of a bigger universe during Destiny 1, and also so the reason that it's not canon is so that, well, it's a mobile game. They're gonna do some weird stuff with the microtransactions. You know, we're probably gonna have a Love Nikki crossover with Destiny on mobile. Which I'm all for. I think Destiny is way more fun when its story takes an extraordinarily large back seat, like Destiny 1 did. LNG on Marathon lore in 2025. Hey, who knows? Who knows if Marathon looks good? LNG, did you see the Halo 2 lighting mod on Steam? I think someone is trying to remake the glorious Halo 2 shadows. I did. Essentially what that person is doing is they are, taking dynamic light casting sources and manually placing them around the levels. And it's actually pretty cool. Though, a downside is that due to just, you know, optimization of the Halo 2 engine, only a certain amount of shadows can be cast at any given time. As well as shadows will despawn when their caster, I think, is out of a certain range of you. So there's a lot of shadow pop-in and shadows vanishing, which is unfortunate, but... Alrighty, guys. Let's take a look at the settings. You want to explore the Halo 2 main menu? Sonic in 4 days. Is it in 4 days? I thought it's in like 2 days. Player profiles. Edit. Here, let me clean up some of these old profiles. Let's start fresh. Okay. We're good to go. Appearance. Okay. Because we're original. Super original. I am going to go with black, or steel, I guess, you know, as well as the color blue. Because we do want to be a little bit unique. Most people are going to go for the color red. Okay, what should our emblem be? Leps. Should we do the Mark of Shame? Snake, diamonds? Oh, let's see if the Marathon logo is here. There it is. There it is. There's the Marathon logo. Primary emblem color. Let's make it white. Should we make it like the new Marathon logo? Sonic in 2 days for the digital deluxe purchasers like me. Gotcha. Crap. I might have to do, oh, digital. Digital deluxe. Crap. Okay. I gotta consider then what version I want. Because I want it on Steam so I can play on the Steam Deck. But having it on a console would be cool. On a big TV. Crap. Okay. Here, let's see. Do they have transparent? I can't remember if Halo 2 has like... okay, it does not look like it has transparent, but what we can do is we can do... okay, it's... the new color scheme for Marathon is... it's like yellow, right? And then secondary emblem color will be... watch this. I hope that this works. White, but then the background. Let's do a solid, and then secondary, primary emblem color, secondary emblem color. Can we not just customize the background? It doesn't let us do that. There we go. That looks cool, right? That sort of looks like it. The new Marathon logo, at least, right? I've heard really good things about Project Cartographer, including the re-implementation of split-screen multiplayer. Yeah. Project Cartographer is looking really, really good. Rebecca says, please stay strong for the physical release. Yeah, the box art does go really hard. Oh, God. Dude, it's a good time to enjoy video games. There's a lot of cool games coming out this holiday. Ew, OG Xbox. Hey, don't poo-poo. The OG Xbox slapped, dude. The only thing cooler than the OG Xbox was the Xbox 360. Before Microsoft began patching it into being boring. Online status. What should we set our... You know what? Because I'm streaming, and I don't want to be disturbed on Xbox Live, we're going to have to set it to offline. Sorry, guys. I really got to mod this original Xbox. That way I can hop on Xbox Live and play some Halo 2. Like, all jokes aside. Button layout. You guys want to see what the button layout was for the original Halo 2? This is it. This is what you had. You had default, green thumb, and boxer. Isn't that wild? Yeah, like pressing B to zoom in. Green thumb is one of the weirdest. One of the weirdest. I mean, I can't judge, you know, I play bumper jumper. So I press B to pick things up, and I press the A button if I want to sprint, and the X button if I want to activate whatever is like the gimmick of the game. So I can't really comment on green thumb, but green thumb is the weirdest control scheme in all of Halo to me. Definitely set this to default. The DSi was the coolest console. Yeah, the DS was a damn cool console. Game variants. Oh, this is for your custom games. Damn, that's cool. Should we check out and see if Xbox Live anyone's playing? Aw, there's issues with Xbox Live. That's a joke, by the way. I don't have a modded console, so unfortunately I can't play Xbox Live on the original Halo 2, but, you know, it is what it is. Alright, guys, should we hop into the campaign now? Sonic X Shadow has leaked. I did see that. I watched a single cutscene. It was 2 minutes long, and it was so good that I decided to not watch any more. And it is very hard because the story looks really good. I forgot that there was going to be a Halo for the DS. Well, there wasn't going to be a Halo for the DS. It was a thing that was being pitched, but it ultimately did not go anywhere. So it's less of there was going to be Halo on the DS and more of somebody wanted Halo to be on the DS. LNG, should I forgive you since you said Halo 2 is uglier than Halo CE? Both look amazing. Yeah, you can... I mean, if you want to forgive me. I still think Halo 1 is a better looking game. But that doesn't mean that it's like
Why was it not destroyed with the rest of their fleet?
It fled.
it's
and we
like
set fire to the
picking
planet.
which of these two really awesome badass things is cooler. Like they're both default level badass. But this one is more badass.
Yet the humans were able
But that
to
doesn't
infiltrate
devalue the other
land on
one,
the
you know?
sacred ring and desecrate it with their filthy footsteps.
Noble hierarchs, surely you understand that once
Like, could you
Parasite
imagine what this cutscene would have looked like with more dynamic light sources? Like, right there, when Arbiter turned his head, you saw a little bit of it. Imagine if the shadows were a little bit richer. Imagine if the Prophet of Truth there was kind of casting a long shadow over his folded lap, you know? The folded legs. Definitely Tartarus.
After truth, this has gone on long enough. Make an example of this bungler. The council demands it.
Halen G, I noticed the Halo Infinite character animations are really good. I shot an elite with a heat wave and he fell to the floor and struggled to get up, but I killed him before he could. Yeah, Halo Infinite has some astoundingly good character animations. Like, I would say Halo Infinite is a game for character animations that's slept on currently in the industry. Character animations are easily better than Destiny 2. Like the Banished versus any of the creatures in Destiny 2, I think Halo Infinite clears them in terms of just really, really solid character animations.
But when it does, the weight of your heresy will stay your feet.
There was that pop-in. Did you see Arbiter's helmet? Look at this. I love the corniness of the Prophet's holographic display on his crown fading out to the moon. And unfortunately, on Halo 2 Anniversary, Blur Studio, they built these cutscenes off of the Vista PC port where that fade was busted. It would just hard cut to new camera angles. So Blur Studio didn't know that that was supposed to be a thing, that it was supposed to fade out to the moon. So in Halo 2 Anniversary, in that cutscene, you know, Truth just gives his, like, and you will be left behind. And then it just cuts, hard cuts to a random shot of the Earth, like with no seamless transition, no visual continuity and cheese. It's just, it's boring a little bit.
Okay, let's test your targeting first thing. Please look at the top light. Good.
The elites definitely looked better in Combat Evolved, to be honest. I think the elites look cooler in Halo 2. Like, the actual design of them is more refined in Halo 2. The issue being that the lighting engine is not doing the model justice.
Go ahead and look at each of the 4 lights. You want me to leave it like that or make it inverted?
They fixed it in MCC, though. They did. They did, and I'm really happy that they did.
I'll leave your targeting set to normal. If you change your mind, you can switch the setting anytime. Stand by. I'm going to offline the inhibitors.
It's so weird going back to the original Halo 2 and seeing little changes in the cutscenes compared to the MCC. You mean like Halo 2 Anniversary? Also, like, by the way, this area is astonishingly detailed. There's just so many... Man, I can't zoom because I'm not holding a weapon. But it's like, look, you can, like, read that. Look, coded message, WJ1123, rejected by administrator. Is that Reverend Payne? Reference Payne? I'm not sure. Rev Payne, I think it says. May contain harmful content, resultant psychological damage. Action is censored. Like, what? You can see, like, the keys have lettering. You could read them a little bit better on the MCC, but... Like, there's a lot of detail in this little armory. And here you can see, like, the bump maps are popping a little bit. I mean, you know, no shadow is being cast, unfortunately, by these guys. Which, if they were using that original lighting engine that was cut, these things here would be casting a nice shadow along that way. Which would really complement and kind of
Over here, Chief.
tie a nice bow around this little corner here. But, like, this is, like, so you can see another dimension where Halo 2 did get its original lighting engine
It's considered respectful
when
to
you
look at
spot
someone
areas
you're
like
talking
this in the Halo 2 campaign. And it's so frustrating. I really hope that that mod comes a long way on Steam for the MCC, and that even folks are able to kind of tamper with the original Halo 2 engine,
As you can see,
you know,
they
reverse
recharge
engineer it a
lot
little bit and
faster.
actually like overcome some of the restrictions that are built in place.
If your shields go down, find some cover. Wait for the meter to read fully
Starfield
charged.
control panels are
Well, you can
insanely
hide
detailed.
behind
Too
me.
bad the rest of the game is boring.
talking about
No,
my here, Master
Starfield's
Guns?
fine.
I don't see any training wheels.
Starfield is fine.
His armor's working fine, Johnson.
It's a
Just
very,
search
very
Chili
fun
hole.
video game.
You're free to go, son.
And yes,
Just
the
remember,
panels
take
are very
things
detailed
slow.
in it.
Don't
It's
worry,
a
I'll hold his
it's a
hand.
fun video game and a pretty video game to boot. Are there skulls in the OG Halo 2? There are. There are. Modern day high
Chief.
FOV has
They're ready
spoiled
for us
us.
on
I
the
don't
bridge.
mind the low quality textures by today's standards, but the FOV is vomit inducing. I don't think this FOV is vomit inducing. I think this FOV looks
Get on the
comfortable.
Lift, Chief. We're gonna be late.
Like, no matter what position I'm looking, I feel like I've always got just enough detail in view. And then it also helps that the crosshair is lowered this time around, so the actual focus of my view is more natural looking. Because in real life, you don't look dead center. You know, if we're going to, like, take that red light over there as kind of like the focus, you don't look like this in real life. That means that you've got bad posture and you're slouching. In real life, we stand up straight, so usually our focus is actually more like this, which is part of the reason that they actually chose to lower the crosshair. They wanted a more naturalistic-looking view that more matched how,
When you
like,
gonna
we
tell me
actually,
how you made
you know,
it back home
our
in one
our point of
piece?
focus in
Sorry,
real
Gun.
life.
It's classified.
And I think that also
My
really, really
ass.
helps
Well, you can
with the
forget
lower
about
field
those
of view, making it
adjustments
feel
you
very
made.
comfortable.
Well, he's in a particularly fine mood. Maybe Lord Hood didn't give him an invitation.
This FOV is fine with the slow movement speed. Yeah, it would be one thing if this was like Doom 2016, where we're whipping around the space station
When I shipped out
at,
from
like,
Basic, the orbital
insane
defense grid was
speeds.
all
But
big.
Halo plays so slow
Now look,
as a default that the low field of view is perfectly fine.
fuel sync platforms. That Mac gun can put a round clean through a Covenant capital ship. Coordinated fire from the Athens and the Malta. Nothing's getting past this.
So the MCC version of Halo 2 stencil shadows are broken? No. The original Halo 2,
Ships have been arriving all morning.
the original Halo 2 was supposed to ship with a shadow system that was like Doom 3, where it had these, like, this very pixel perfect, super accurate stencil shadow system. But because Bungie, they tend to get a little bit too excited about new technology and they rush headfirst into things before thinking it through. It did not work out. That lighting engine was not going to run. So they were already having trouble getting the environments of Halo 2 to run, period. That's kind of why Halo 2's environments are so shrunken down and kind of barren compared to Halo Combat Evolved. It's because they were constantly cutting things, you know, getting rid of boxes, removing physics objects, just trying to cut as much detail as they can to get the performance up. And one of the things that got cut was the lighting engine that they were going to go for. So they fell back on a slightly modified version of Halo 1's lighting model. And it's fine, you know, it mostly does the job, but these assets, these environments, they were very, like, look at the brim on his helmet, look at the thick eyebrows there, like, all of these assets, all of these models, they were designed so that all that armor is casting shadows onto itself, you know? You know, the brims of those hats. Lord Hood would have had a thick, nice-looking stencil shadow cast over his eye line from the brim of his hat. Just like a lot of that stuff, you know, that now that shadow system is gone, Lord Hood kind of looks like a plate of mashed potatoes vaguely molded into the shape of Ron Perlman.
Major, the Colonial Cross is awarded for acts.
And what's crazy is that Ron Perlman model right there for Lord Hood, it's actually really good. Like, it's a insanely detailed model for 2004, but the lighting engine makes it look awful because it removes all the detail that is actually there. Like, I fooled around with it, and you can actually, like, see his fingernails and stuff. And, like, you can see the cuticles on his fingernails. But, like, none of it shows up under this kind of, like, flat 2001 lighting engine that they had to fall back on.
Has lost one of its best.
I remember when an ex-Bungie dev said Halo 2 was the worst for them because of the crunch and the stuff they cut, even though fans consider Halo 2 the best in the series. Yeah, a lot of ex-Bungie employees, they do not look back upon Halo 2 fondly, because for us, we see like an awesome game that we're nostalgic for. For them, all they see are the concessions that they had to make, the balancing choices that they couldn't, like, refine because there wasn't enough time.
As soon as they come in range, open up.
Gladly.
Something's not right. The fleet that destroyed Reach was 50 times this size.
These faces look better than Halo 3's LOL.
Lots of them.
They're going to
Yeah,
try to
yeah,
take
in
all
some
Mac on
areas.
offline. Give their capital ships
Like,
a
definitely
big
Johnson,
shot
I think, looks a lot
Master
better in
Chief,
Halo 3.
Defend this station.
But Lord Hood totally looks better in this game than he did in Halo 3. But you can see that the face of the character models, they don't have a lot of bones in them, so they're not quite as expressive as they are in Halo 3. Like, some of the faces Johnson made in Halo 3 were hilarious. Like, just the ability for the characters to emote more convincingly. Whose is that? Is that supposed to be Johnson? Yeah, it is Johnson's hat. Look. Look, he leaves his hat there. That's cool. Cool little detail. And, of course, since it's Halo 2, you can hold 2 guns.
How's it going, Malta?
I like the sun effect in Halo 2. Thank God, I'm not the only one. Here, let's go up. I freaking love that lens flare.
Good luck, Cairo.
Games don't, like, do that anymore. I could have sworn there was a lens flare that was on, oh wait, I think I saw it for a second. Okay, maybe not. I could have sworn that the alarms also had, like, a little flare that would... Maybe that was in Halo 1. Okay.
Field of fire on that bulkhead. As soon as that door
Right
opens,
there, Johnson puts down the turret right there. Home field advantage. If you want, you can kick Johnson off of the turret and actually use it yourself. But I'm gonna let Johnson take this one. Look how freaking cool this is. Yeah, so, like, you know, to further expand on some of the lighting changes between the game during development and the released version of the game. Come in here, some Covenant come from up here, and then we'll definitely talk about it. Look, you can even see the elites are dual wielding too, because elites are supposed to be kind of like an analog of the player. They can use all the same abilities the player uses. They can, you know, hijack vehicles, use vehicles, throw grenades, melee, dual wield and stuff, where the other Covenant races, their abilities are kind of like broken up because they're lesser. But look at, like, the Grunt here. Look at all of those emissive decals, like those little lights and spots on the armor and the gas masks and stuff. All of these lights on the Covenant technology, they were designed around that old lighting engine, because the idea would be, like, thick black stencil shadows, like you can barely see, but what you do see is all of the tech of the Covenant that's lit up and moving about in the darkness, you know, and then you turn on your flashlight and you're face to face with a little grunt or something. And it's just, unfortunately, a lot of that that vision is just, it's gone, it's evaporated. It seems fitting my first super chat is on the best Halo game, says Rift Hydra. Hey! I appreciate the $5. I think that's $5 Australian. Is it $5 Australian? If so, hello from the United States. It feels like with Halo 3, they were able to achieve what they wanted to do with the lighting, because it honestly holds up really well. Well, Halo 3 was just a completely different kind of lighting model, because by then, lighting in video games was starting to become a little bit more nuanced. Because during this time period, it was like the Doom style of lighting was the big thing, where it's like a shadow is either there or it's not. Because in the real world, shadows are actually incredibly nuanced. Like, there's different types of shadows. It depends on the thickness of an object that is obscuring the light, you know? The way light kind of, like, wraps around objects, bends, diffuses, bounces around an environment and stuff. Like, that's a lot of the reason Halo 2 Anniversary can look so different from the original Halo game. It's just because it's, you know, technology has gotten a lot better at simulating the way light actually bounces around an environment. But back in the early 2000s, everybody was going for that stencil shadow look, where it was just kind of like thick, harsh silhouettes and clean shadows. And by Halo 3, you know, everyone was starting to drift more towards more naturalistic, diffused lighting with soft edges and a lot more nuance. So it's like, unfortunately, by the time of Halo 3, the boat had kind of sailed on the type of shadow system Halo 2 was going to go for. And we'll probably never ever see anything that looks quite like what Halo 2 wanted to be ever again, because now, like, you know, look at some of the stuff that's coming out of Unreal Engine 5, a lot of modern games, like, we're pushing photorealism now. It's like, unfortunately, this aesthetic is too of the time period. Unless somebody wanted to really, really go hard and try to refine a super stylized 3D game built more around this style, I don't think we'll ever see that come back, which sucks. Which sucks a lot. Oh my god, I haven't seen Halo 2 on the OG Xbox in 12 years. Seriously? 12 years? That's more than 10. Here they come. The boys. And you can see here that, like, you know, this old outdated lighting engine that they had to fall back on, it's by no means terrible. You know, that looks pretty damn convincing, and that looks really nice there. But it's just what could have been, you know? Even the weapons that I'm holding, you probably noticed that there are no shadows being cast on this weapon that I'm holding. And that probably could have been really different if they used the original lighting engine. Oh boy. I think the Silent Hill 2 remake uses stencil shadows. Does it? Stencil shadows are... I don't know if it would be using stencil shadows, like if it would make sense. Because stencil shadows are incredibly taxing on a game's performance, like even by today's standards, because they're pixel perfect. And we've, like, the game industry has, like, developed a lot of techniques that simulate you know, those like kind of super harsh shadows, but do it in a more performant manner.
Hey, check it out. The Malta's already driven off its borders.
Look, here goes the space station exploding.
I don't believe it! They're retreating! We won!
That looks great.
Bad. Real bad.
Would you want to see a Halo 2 and 3 remake like Combat Evolved's feel and style? Poured thousands of hours into Halo 1 alone with my dad, and something feels lost or off in Halo 2 onwards in terms of gameplay. I know what you're talking about. I think some of it is honestly the removal of health kits and how that just inherently changes the way that you explore levels and the way that you engage with enemies. And then another thing also that I think kind of changes it is with Halo 1, they were so kind of like scrapped for time and resources because nobody had any faith, that it was kind of like every single weapon had to be fought for tooth and nail. There was even at one point Jamie Griezmer, he was told by the higher-ups that they only had the budget for either the sniper rifle or the shotgun, and he had to pick because one of them was not going to make it into the game. And he kind of like personally crunched and went overtime to make sure that both weapons were included. In Halo 2, I feel that the sandbox is not quite as focused in that way, because every single weapon had to matter in Halo 2, or in Halo 1, to the point that they, you know, crunched in order to make sure that the shotgun and sniper could both make the cut. Where in this game, it's kind of like there's a lot more chaos. Like, there's a lot of weapons in Halo 2 where I think if you removed them, like, it would suck that they're not there, but it also wouldn't negatively affect the game in any tangible way, you know? Like, if you got rid of the pistol in this game, I don't think much would change. Whereas if you got rid of the pistol in Halo 1, that would completely upset the whole game. Like, it would feel like something's missing. And that kind of focus got lost starting in Halo 2, and it continued into Halo 3 and kind of got worse and worse with each new installment. And I'd argue Halo Infinite is probably like the first game in the franchise where it kind of brought things back to basics and wanted each weapon to feel like it had a very specific purpose and reason for existing. Like, it wasn't just here for the sake of being here, you know?
Hey, they're leaving the Athens.
Got to play Halo CE and Halo 2 on the original Xbox at HCS Seattle a few weeks ago. Split screen on a CRT TV is everything, man, picking up the old S controller after 14 plus years.
That explosion came
Yeah,
inside
nothing
the
compares
Athens,
really.
same as the Malta.
Nothing
The
compares to
Athens
playing
brought something with them.
the games on the original hardware. And what also helps is because of the way that CRT televisions work and interpret video signals, frame rate drops in older titles. They don't look as obnoxious as they do on like modern displays. Like whenever I saw a lot of people talking about the frame rate dips yesterday on Halo Combat Evolved, and it's true, Halo Combat Evolved drops its performance a lot, and so is this game. But when you're playing it on a CRT TV, like, CRT's just something about the way that they smooth over motion. It makes it really not that difficult to play when the frame rate starts dipping. And I'm not quite sure what it is about the technology. I think Digital Foundry's actually talked about it, why frame rate drops on CRT televisions aren't as noticeable and don't even feel as bad as they do on, like, modern displays and computer monitors and TVs and stuff. Halo 3 reuses a lot of CE music. Halo 2 does the same thing, but it's mainly reverbs. However, people act like Halo 2 doesn't use any Halo CE music. Yeah, Halo 2 uses a ton of Halo Combat Evolved music. I mean, that's just, like, that's Halo's musical identity. It's a term that's called musical equity, where basically it's Halo 1, establishes a bunch of songs, motifs, melodies, and you start to form emotions with them. Halo 2 uses those melodies and motifs to evoke certain feelings in you at a subconscious level. And then Halo 3, the finale in the trilogy, becomes more overt with bringing back those melodies. It uses them less subtly and uses them more in a extremely impactful way where you notice what it's doing. It's the story is coming full circle, and thus the music reflects that. Star Wars is also a franchise that uses musical equity. Yeah, it is by design. It is music theory. There is a logic to it. It's not just we have no ideas, we're reusing music. And also, I think Halo 2 is what I really like about the Halo 2 soundtrack is it feels like it was the beginning of, well, no, not even the beginning, because that was like Halo 1. It took what Halo 1 did for music in video games, where it kind of felt almost like a dynamic film score, you know? And it's just like, you know, all the moments of Halo Combat Evolved that felt like, gosh, this music was on point, it was so well timed, it's even better here. Like, the music feels like it is constantly following me, and constantly appropriate. Like, once we get outside, the music that plays is so good. Okay, so the music that plays while we're outside and we're fighting in zero gravity, you guys know the part of the Halo theme, like the Warthog theme that goes like bum 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 bum. Well, that starts here. It's like this very subtle, like bum 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 bum, and then it drifts off into its own kind of unique, we're floating around in zero gravity melody. And it's there, you know, it's the musical equity. You hear it a little bit. It's a bit of the Halo theme. And it kind of like, you know, informs this new experience. I'm like floating around in zero gravity fighting elites. It's cool. It's cool, and it works. It works really damn well.
Get to the bomb, double time. Cortana, prioritize targets and fire at will.
I wish the zero-G sequences were longer in Halo 2. Yeah. Bungie probably did as well. Yeah, Halo 2 is a frickin' cool game, man. And then we come into here, and it's like, what the hell? Look at all the bump maps. This is clearly a whole, like, a room that was, once upon a time, a lot more detailed, and things had to be kind of flattened down a little bit. Like, I'd imagine once upon a time that was an actual hanging lamp. Those probably stuck out a little bit more. Like, God, it just sucks how much this game had to be, like, squished down and kind of flattened down to squeeze a bit more performance. Because Bungie was making something really cool. Blow me away in Halo 2. Yeah, you know, when I was younger, I made a video where I said that I didn't like the rock music in Halo 2. And I'm okay with saying I was a stupid idiot when I made that opinion. And that being a contrarian is not a replacement for a personality. No, the rock music is cool in Halo 2. Blow Me Away in Halo 2 is badass. When did I say that? I think I said it in like 2019 or something. Thoughts on the assault rifle not being in Halo 2? On one hand, the SMG is a really cool weapon, and I'm glad it exists in the Halo universe. But on the other hand, I do largely agree with the sentiment at Bungie that giving the player for social starts, like, I appreciate that what they wanted to do was make sure that the social start weapon was a close-range automatic weapon, with the competitive weapon being a long-range rifle. But I don't think that it was a smart decision to make the SMG, you know, dual-wield, like, mechanically, just because when players can dual-wield, they will dual-wield. And dual-wielding locks you out of your ability to throw grenades or melee, lest you drop your weapon and cease your dual-wielding. So players aren't going to want to do that. They're going to want to keep dual-wielding. So they're just not going to be using their grenades or melee. And so it ultimately just kind of unintentionally causes the wrong combat loop to start forming. You know, players are not playing the game correctly.
You may need to get creative.
And that's why with, look at this. Look at that. Dynamic lighting. There's a dynamic light source in here. But, that's ultimately why they brought it back for Halo 3. And why, you know, in Halo 3 it kind of feels like an SMG that you just can't dual wield. It's because they do need that close-range starter weapon. And, you know, for the assault rifle, they were like, well, we already set the precedent that, you know, you can dual-wield SMGs. We can't just remove that ability for the sequel. Let's conveniently ignore the Needler. But, you know, the assault rifle, at least, you can't really justify being able to dual-wield that, because it's a rifle. A gigantic rifle. So, thus the assault rifle returns. You can't dual-wield it, and as a result, people in Social Slayer, they are using their grenades and they're meleeing more. So, mission accomplished. LNG, what controller are you playing with? I am using the Duke.
This is an Emberclad. The carrier shield is down. I'm in position and ready for
Ruck
immediate assault.
Negative,
Rux,
Commander.
says my wife,
Not
and
against
she's
a ship
absolutely
that
correct.
size. Not on your own.
Sir, permission to leave the station.
For what purpose, Master Chief?
To give the Covenant back their bomb.
Permission granted.
If you glitch into the airlock room, the lighting looks completely different from the rest of the game areas.
I know what
The
you're
assault
thinking,
rifle also
and it's
became a
crazy.
mascot.
So,
It
stay
did
here.
become a
Unfortunately
mascot for the
us both,
series eventually.
I like
But
it.
remember, at the time, like, the assault rifle wasn't the Halo gun, you know? It appeared in Halo 1, but then it wasn't in Halo 2. It wasn't until I think its return in Halo 3, and then it was in ODST and Reach, where it was a gotcha, okay, this is the Halo gun, you know?
Just one question. What if you missed?
Me, inside your head, now. This game is so quotable, dude. What if you miss? I won't. God, this game is so freaking cool, dude. Look at Chief. Look at him riding the space pickle. God, Halo 2 is so fucking awesome. My wife described, okay guys, and she's here, so she's present for this. She said Halo 2 Master Chief has sex appeal. And this cutscene is why she's correct. Like, Chief is just so cool, dude. Did MCC ever fix the dual needler elite? The just dual wielding period. Yes, it did fix them. There he goes. There goes Chief. And then that badass cutscene we're gonna round out with a joke.
For a brick, he flew pretty good.
Perfect.
Get inside.
Why do people
You're
use
up.
this cutscene as a
We're taking
counter
this
argument
fight to
when
the
saying
finish.
Halo 5's intro is bad? Basically because there is a clear difference, I think, between like the intention and tone of the game, but also just kind of like, I think, creativity, as well as like just that cutscene was easier to follow, more inspired, and more visually striking. Halo 5's intro cutscene was just like, hey guys, we saw Avengers 2 as well, and we thought its intro was cool. Like, Halo 5's was kind of this pointless one long opening take where the action was kind of like hard to follow, the music was very Avengers-y, and it just kind of felt like bland, a little bit boring, and just like not that interesting. That was inspired. That was cool. It felt like ripped out of an anime or something.
This is the only place on Earth the Covenant decided to land. That prophet is going to tell us why. 30 seconds out.
Stand by to... Whoa.
Yeah, the Halo 5 intro cutscene, I don't like it too much. I don't think it's not like bad or anything, you know? It's certainly better than anything I could have done. But the one long take, I don't think there was a reason it needed to be one long take other than everybody saw Avengers 2 in the theaters. Everyone thought that one long take opening was cool, and Halo 5 wanted to do one as well. And unfortunately, a side effect of doing the one long take thing in action sequences with people jumping around is if you're not careful, you can get that Black Panther effect where people look a little bit rubbery and floaty. And Halo 5, people, they almost looked like they were fighting in zero gravity because of how floaty they looked. And now we're ready for Jackals in the Courtyard. The defrosting has begun. Oh no, Mariah Carey, they're defrosting her. The Blue Team intro would have been a better start for Halo 5. The Blue Team intro was really good. That was a cool intro.
We're here before. They do now. Yep, here they come. Up high.
Though the elites, they should have said, throw the grunts out the airlock. They should not have said, Ungoi.
Let's all hold hands.
And we should have seen the grunts as well, I think. They should have went, you know, "Bah, bah, bah," and they're all fighting amongst each other, and then have the elite commander go, "Hooah, throw the grunts out the airlock," and then the grunts are like, "Oh!" And then Blue Team smashes through the window and starts rocking everyone's shit. How do you personally deal with the reticle being raised on MCC? I go into the settings and I lower it. That's how I deal with it.
Left side.
What was wrong with the Ungoi part of the line? Because Grunt is funnier. Like, Grunt's just funnier. You know, as well as it sticks a little bit. It's more, I prefer if Halo dialogue uses the nicknames for the species, because I think it makes it sharper and hit a little bit harder. Like, could you imagine with, the Prophet, like, the taming of the hunters, the Grunt Rebellion. Could you imagine how much lamer that line would have been with the taming of the Mechalagolo, the Ungoi Rebellion? Like, no. No. Were the brutes just extinct between Halo 4 and 5? No, there was, after the fall of the Covenant, the brute species began doing a lot of soul searching. And so they kind of like took a step back from the fighting and began, well, basically fighting amongst each other. And there was a lot of brutes that actually kind of like refused to let go of the Covenant traditions, basically out of like denial, because they had been kind of in service to the Covenant for so long, and the Covenant had given them purpose after they basically like raised their planet into a nuclear hellscape, that it was like they had nothing really else to do.
Across the street, down low. Don't worry.
Are you planning on playing Halo 3 on the 360 after this? Sure. I've got a 360. What I do need, though, is a 360 controller, and that's very hard to come by here in Virginia. How come the Prophets use the nicknames? Did they have coincidentally the name... Did they just coincidentally have the same names as the humans did? Well, for the same reason that the elites are like, these are my elites. Their lives matter to me, yours does not. It's just cooler sounding. Like, if you're writing dialogue, it just sounds cooler. You know, it's one of those things where, in order to enjoy the story, there does need to be a part of your brain that doesn't take it so seriously. There's an extreme... It's that the thing that Bungie Halo had, that unfortunately 343 Halo, they have to work a bit harder, because Halo, you know, Halo was very much like a franchise that was born out of Bungie. It was an extension of Bungie, whereas 343, they are the developer of a franchise. With Bungie, they could not, since Halo was their baby, they didn't take it quite as seriously. It was just an excuse for them to make fun video games. So you could have dialogue like that, where in-universe, why are the Prophets using nicknames that the human race came up with to describe their various species? Because Bungie thought it sounded better than using, like, their nerdy lore names, you know?
Meet you there, over. Copy that. Someone get a satchel on the gate.
There's a tiny fly that is a little gnat that is flying around, and it is driving me crazy. Gerald Hanai goes hard. I think the only one that goes really hard for me is Kigyar. That's a good name. That's a damn good name. Oh, crap. Hang on. We totally missed the coolest part. The hunters, we fuck walk. Watch this. So watch, the gate comes down, the music starts, and look at the hunters. Yeah, they fuck, man. I love that intro for the hunters. And then you can hear Sergeant Johnson like, let the chief show you how it's done. As Chief takes on 2 hunters at once. Oh no. Well, Chief lost. You got a drone in your house. I do have a drone. Look, here they come again. Not even mad that I'm dead, because look how damn cool that intro is.
Hunters.
And then I freaking love that. The spines flare out like porcupines when they see you. Something that really bothers me about the hunters, as they've kind of gotten more HD and kind of like the franchise begins to kind of solidify itself and establish rules for itself versus the more experimental early days of a franchise. The hunters used to be so flexible, dude. One of my favorite animations in Halo 1 is they will stand up super straight and stick out their necks. So they're standing like 11 feet tall in the air, like just standing up straight. And then they think they hear something, and they'll get really down into their combat stance, and their spines will stick up and start vibrating, like they're sensing the air for, like, motion. And I love that's carried into Halo 2, where they see you and their spines flare out. Like, it's like a hedgehog. Like, they've just got, like, very expressive back quills. And then, you know, if you look at the hunters nowadays, they're kind of relegated to always just hunching over and waddling around like turtles.
Sergeant, I need you on that bird.
That's a thing that most franchises do. As time goes on, they get a little bit less experimental, and they start to kind of hone in on, like, these guys are big, make their animations big and heavy. How do the hunters have eyes? It's not really, they don't really have eyes. The, if I remember right, there was a Bungie, it's one of those things where, you know, everybody at Bungie had their own opinions. Nobody really cared, they just thought the design was cool for the enemy. The animation where the hunter starts vibrating its spines, it's more or less that, like, they're feeling around in the air for where you are. Like, the head is almost more of a formality than it is a literal head that houses a brain with eyeballs. Hey, Loan Me a Smile just gifted a late night membership to Not Luna. Not Luna, you have access to our super cool emotes, one of which is Craig. And you're free to spam the emotes, all you need. I always thought it was echolocation. I don't think it's echolocation. It's more like how they're like sensing like wind, atmospheric differences, moisture differences, and they're just like reading the air around them. And they can feel that there are disturbances, you know, as like a body moves around.
Follow your lead, sir.
Combined with being able to hear really well and stuff like that. Like, if I remember right, that animation where they flare out their spines and start vibrating them, it was inspired, I think, by not a type of coral. That's not the sea creature that I'm thinking of. Sea urchin. There's like certain types of sea urchins that'll do that. Almost like how jumping spiders sense the environment. Yeah, with the little hairs on their legs. Yeah. Wish we got more hunter lore. Well, the thing is, like, the hunters, there isn't a lot you can do. Like, they're just animals. It's like if we took, like, a rhinoceros and put, like, a rocket launcher on its back. It's like, but what's the lore behind the rhinoceros? Like, it's just an animal that they armed for war.
Alien, why don't you turn down the suck?
I mean, obviously the hunters are a little bit more intelligent. But there isn't a lot there, you know? They're just worms. Doing worm things. Sometimes the worms all give each other a big hug and become giant worm monsters. And then the Covenant strap a rocket launcher on them. I love this little, like, just attempt at stealth here. If you go... here, let me revert to last checkpoint. I believe what they're hoping for is that the player will go, like, all the way down here. And then, look at that. So you see the gunfire, and so you're like, I'm gonna hide in the shadows, and I'm gonna wait for them. And then you see them coming on your motion tracker. See, and they run right past you. And then it's like, bah, bah, and you get the jump on them, and, you know, oh my gosh, look, so much tactics. But it's not, doesn't quite land the way Halo Combat Evolved stealth sequences landed. that one moment in Halo 5 when the armor is laying on the floor and all the hunters converge to form the hunter is pretty cool. Yeah, that stuff is really cool. I like that a lot, actually. I freaking love if we saw a little bit more stuff like that, like hunters being allowed to kind of disperse, I guess. In fact, I'd freaking love, so, okay, you guys know I don't much care for the Halo 5 and Halo Infinite style of hunter where they're like mini-bosses. I think hunters are more fun when they are just a heavy enemy type. Like, they're above an elite, you know, in terms of like threat level on the battlefield. Not really a mini-boss. But if the mini-boss formula is going to stay, what would be really cool is if the final hunter, you know, when it starts rampaging and stuff, it gets weaker and weaker as you shoot it because you're, like, shooting worms out of its back and stuff, so it's getting, like, frailer and frailer, and then it just collapses. And, like, all the worms kind of, like, run away and maybe dig into the ground to flee from you. There was stealth in Doom? Did I say Doom? Or did I mean Halo 1? LNG, what do you think about the Hunter AI in Halo Infinite? I heard the balance was bad because they took them largely untweaked from Halo 5, which was made for a 4-player co-op system. Yeah, I was actually the one who said that in my evolution of the Hunters, and that was absolutely the case. One of the leads I was able to speak to about it. He was fair. He wasn't happy with the Halo Infinite Hunters. He wanted to do a little bit more with them to get them feeling a bit more like classic Hunters, because they were largely just Halo 5's AI after the Crusher was cut from the campaign. He was at least happy that they were able to get a slow melee attack in for the Hunters in Halo Infinite, but that was about all they could do. No, you said Halo 1? Okay. Question, how do you stream on the OG Xbox? So I got a really bad video converter from Amazon back in 2020. And it still works. And it lets me convert standard definition component cables into HDMI. And that's what I'm doing here. Imagine a flock of birds just picking the hunters back, or just getting all the little worms. When did the Prometheans show up in this game? I only play game with the Knights in them. You know, the Knights in Halo 5 are not bad. I really like the Promethean Knights in Halo 5. They feel like, maybe not design-wise, but in terms of their combat loop, they feel a lot like a classic Halo enemy. Where there's like a super exploitable weakness. LNG, do you like the forward blade or upward blade for the energy sword skills? That's a good question. That's a really good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I just know that my least favorite energy sword stances are Halo 4 and 5, as well as Reach.
I don't think they expected us to be here.
And I could not articulate to you why. Just something looks a little bit off about them.
Explain why they came here with a small fleet.
I think it's because they're facing them too upwards. There we go. This is the Halo I remember. This Halo was pretty damn good. Halo 5 Prometheans were fun. They were awful in Halo 4, and that's why people hated them. It also didn't help that Halo 5 had cracked Halo 2 SKI. Yeah, Halo... It's frustrating, because in Halo 4, I think the Prometheans had a little bit more cohesion, like they all kind of played off of each other in Halo 4. It wasn't like, you know, groundbreaking or anything. I don't think it was nearly as organic as the way the Covenant creatures all play off of each other. But there was an attempt in Halo 4. I could tell that the Knight, the Watcher, and the Crawlers, they were all supposed to kind of work together as a unit. But in Halo 5, they all just kind of felt like independent creatures that were doing their own thing. Like, there wasn't a lot of synergy between the Promethean units in Halo 5. I always felt like Halo never nailed urban combat. Yeah, I feel that. And I think, unfortunately, some of that is just, like, urban combat doesn't... Like, when I think of urban combat, you think of, like, hiding behind cover, like, get down! Quick! You know? Ramirez! Get to the Burger Town! Like, that kind of stuff. And that's not really, like, the kind of game Halo is. Like, Halo isn't modern warfare where you're hiding behind cover and popping out and shooting at creatures and defending the White House, you know, with rubble and mortars everywhere. So it's a lot harder to kind of, like, craft a city battlefield environment when you're just, you know, you're playing a Halo game. How come we don't have more rock bands in Halo anymore? Well, because there aren't really rock bands in pop culture anymore. Which is, like, sad. You know, you turn on the radio,
No, sir. Then listen up.
it's all just solo artists.
Jump in the tank, roll across the bridge, and blow up any inhuman son of a bitch dumb enough to get
It's a cultural thing. But, you know, the Y2K era is starting to come back.
What about that scout?
We've all run the simulations.
There was this great TikTok that my wife showed me,
Yes,
where it
sir.
was this guy who was, I forgot what he was listening to, but he was like,
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
he was like, why aren't the white boys making bands anymore? Was, I think, what he said in the TikTok, and it's like, that's true, bands are gone. Where'd they all go? Where's Blink-182? I mean, MCR came back for a little revival, and that's super awesome. But, like, where's the new generation, you know?
Watch yourself.
What's your favorite Johnson speech? Oh, God, there's so many of them. There are so many of them.
Take it to him.
Trying to think. It's almost like a Rolodex in my head. For those of you who don't know what a Rolodex is, it's a very, very ancient device that people would use. Think of it like your iPhone reminder. I think when I think of Johnson, what we will let him have is a belly full of lead and a pool of their own blood to drown him. Am I right, Marines? And then they're like, sir, yes, sir. And then he's like, mm-hmm, damn right I am. It's like, yeah, Johnson is so fucking cool. I'd let that man lead me to my own death. He's so cool. Dude, that is such a good-looking skybox. I don't think it's truly a skybox. I think it's 2D billboards, but it's convincing. It looks really good.
Pretty slick ride, sir.
Rock is dead, metal is staying, even rap is declining. My wife probably has her fingers on the pulse of what is popular right now on the radio. Babe, what do you think is the what's the forecast for music, for popular music? Where are we heading? Because usually with my wife, if I want to ask her like where we're heading culturally, she's usually great at knowing. And something beautiful about my wife is she is all day, every day, just drenched in the Y2K coolness, you know? She rocks pink, unironically. She's got Hello Kitty bags. She's got a blinged out phone case. Like, my wife is just cool all year round, every year.
Quite a welcome party.
The pop girlies right now are feeding us well. What do you think, babe, of like this era of rock? Like what Halo 2 is giving you? Like MCR, Blink 182. Is Halo 2 Blink 182 era, or do you think this is more giving MCR? But are her jeans bedazzled? I think she has a pair of bedazzled jeans. What year? 2004. She's the avant-garde in culture. But does she have Gundam Wing shirts? No, we don't. And to be fair, we probably ought to find some vintage Gundam Wing band t-shirts and stuff. We're a connoisseur of t-shirts. One of our favorite thing to do is go to, listen, clothes that you can buy at the mall suck now because they're all made out of plastic. So it's fun to go to thrift stores to find clothes. Because you can find really good vintage clothes to wear that are still in great condition. And you can also find hilarious clothes that are just out of context, and they're just freaking incredible. We found a extra large red t-shirt that says "Don't touch my tools," and it's like perfect, beautiful. We've got a new pajama shirt to wear when we want to be cozy. And she also found a happy 15th birthday Among Us t-shirt that just says, it says 15 and sus with the Among Us characters on them, and it's like beautiful, perfect. Don't forget the machine gun on the Halo 2 Scorpion. I totally forgot that the... No, isn't that the Halo 1 Scorpion that has the machine gun turret? Spencer's t-shirts for the win. Spencer's gives me the creeps, dude. Like, there is some cool stuff in Spencer's, but you have to, like, dig for it. You gonna make a video messing around with Reshade on Sonic X Shadow Generations? Maybe. Sonic games in general just look so cool. Oh my. Ugh. Among Us was a moment that will never come back. Yeah, maybe, you know, maybe not Among Us, but something else will come. There's always something on the horizon. And that's something that I'm learning as I get older.
We're not stopping.
You know, I'm a guy who doesn't like change too much. Which also, that's just like, you know, a general thing of being on the spectrum. Is a very negative reaction to change. But fortunately, a major part of getting older is that I've learned that even though like a thing will never come back, there's gonna be something new. That's never, like, the new thing is always gonna be happening. And I hope that, you know, I enjoy whatever the new thing is. So Fortnite was the new thing. I didn't like Fortnite that much. Like, it just wasn't for me. But whatever the next thing is going to be, I hope that I like that. And I'll be here for it, to try it out when it's here. God, get out of here. It's that stupid-ass fly. There's always going to be a new thing. There always will be a new thing. And sometimes trends and fads, they're cyclical. You know? Like, remember when Stranger Things came out? And you couldn't go outside without seeing a bunch of kids that looked like they were ripped out of the show, riding their bicycles? Like, that's, you know, stuff is cyclical. It always comes back. Oh, my Shih Tzu is snoring really loudly. I hope he doesn't reverse sneeze. I might, like, poke him just to wake him up a little bit if he keeps snoring that hard. Alright. Where are we heading? Look at all of that popping, dude. LNG, what are your thoughts on Sonic Heroes and Sonic 06? As a kid, I thought Silver was badass. Sonic Heroes, I didn't like when I was younger because it was like so clearly a game aimed at a younger demographic, and I was like, but I miss when Sonic was cool, like Sonic Adventure 2. But as I've gotten older, I really appreciate Sonic Heroes. And Sonic 06 is also a game that I have a lot of appreciation and deep sadness for because I see the game they were trying to make. And it could have been cool. And I 100% believe that a lot of the like really bad story decisions, like Sonic kissing a human, those probably would not have actually happened if they did have more time to work on the game. Because they probably would have, like, that's almost like a story choice that they were locked into due to time constraints, and I bet they would have realized, like, this isn't working. Let's cut this. But yeah, Sonic 06, it's also a pity that that game didn't do well, because Sonic in a real environment with real people, I think that's fine. Like, that's okay, you know? It's like a little bit weird, but for that Sonic game, like, the kind of like crazy, like, what if Sonic existed in a Final Fantasy world? Like, I dig it. I thought that Blur intro cutscene sold the promise really well. It's just a pity that the game kind of like squashed that idea from ever happening again. I refuse to believe that people even play Sonic. Hey, there are dozens of us. Dozens. You see that Elite survive that explosion from the Ghost? He just popped out standing on his feet, and he was like, even I don't know how I survived.
There are a number of Marines trapped in that building, Chief. Concentrate on the Wraiths. They're the biggest threat.
Thoughts on a Sonic 06 remake? I don't think there's much of a point. Like, Sonic 06 already exists. And I would rather they try to make that formula work again. Because Sonic 06 was basically just Sonic Adventure 3, but they couldn't finish the game. And I'd rather that they just revisit the adventure formula and make it Sonic in the real world with real people. None of this, like, stupid cities full of animal creatures going to their animal works. Like Sonic Forces. That stuff is stupid, and I hate that for Sonic. What are your thoughts on Sonic Generations version of Planet Wisp? Planet Wisp is easily the worst level in Sonic Generations. I never replay it. It is boring, it is bad. The reason that the Sonic Colors levels worked so well is because they were all hyper-condensed. And Sonic Generations' version of Planet Wisp is like, what if we take every single act and turn it into one long extended level, and it is a boring slog because of it. Sonic Colors, they had the right approach to break up the levels. Hey, what are your thoughts on Halo Studios now that 343 Industries changed? Halo Studios is a fantastic name. It is a very, very, very good name for the studio. It's extremely smart business that they changed their name to Halo Studios. Did you just see, like, the little bit of goo drop from it after it was done shooting? That's a detail I never noticed. When it does its, like, laser beam, like its massive laser face attack, once it's done, there's, like, a little bit of liquid. Well, it's gigantic. It's going to be a lot of liquid plasma, like, drops from the face. There it goes. That's cool. Dude, the Scarab's cool. I know Shikai Wang, the guy who designed this thing, he doesn't like that design, and that's why the Halo 3 Scarab, they did such a radical redesign to make it more fun and engaging as an environmental character. But I think the basket design is cool for the Scarab. Uh-oh. We lost signal. Hang on. There we go. Halo Studios is a very good name. Part of it is definitely they're changing the name of their studio just because of, you know, the stigma. I think, you know, 3 strikes and you're out for 343 Industries, and they're trying to kind of reboot 343 Industries. But also, I think the main reason that they did it is because it is incredibly smart to have, like, a Halo Studios production appear on things like a live action, you know, Halo series. If they do another one that's maybe a little bit better, seeing, you know, in collaboration with Halo Studios. Seeing Halo Studios on the packages for, like, toys and stuff like that. Even, like, spin-off games, you know. Certain Affinity. The logo fades. In collaboration with Halo Studios. A Halo Studios production. It works a lot better than 343 Industries. Was Sergeant Stacker cut from Reach? Sergeant Stacker has a few lines in the Halo Reach campaign, I believe. 343 is going to be dissected for years by YouTube video essayists. Dude, the state of, like, video game YouTube is just so boring. Like, so damn boring. I'm sorry, man. Like, some of the stuff that pops up in my YouTube feed is just like, was Tears of the Kingdom good? Runtime 1 hour and 30 minutes, and I'm like, oh my god, no. Like, I'm just no. Get this trash out of my recommended. Is Tears of the Kingdom good? Get out of here, dude. You know, or of course the obligatory The Fall of Halo. And it's like the 343 logo or an unflattering image of Bonnie Ross, and the runtime is like 2 hours. Or Sweet Baby Ink is in the thumbnail, and it's just like, my eyes roll so hard into the back of my head that they break the sound barrier, and I destroy half of the neighborhood. Kill the drivers. Take down the Scarab. Bungie was never too happy with the Scarab. The destruction of it. The cut to a cutscene and then it's destroyed. And I get that. I get that to an extent. To an extent, sorry. The Halo Studios logo looks odd, though, because of the font and lowercase, as if they're trying to appeal to children. I don't think it's about trying to appeal to children. I think it's so that the logo looks good no matter the size. Because if the font is too, like, narrow and too thin, then you can actually kind of lose a little... Like, it's about the silhouette as much as it is the font choice. And the font, the design is supposed to evoke a Forerunner beam tower. Like the A and the L, they form a beam tower. And that's kind of what they're trying to go for. Because I've seen a lot of people say, why didn't they just use the Halo logo? And it's like, because that's the logo of the Halo games. Like, that's the logo of the brand. This is the logo of the studio. .343 is just like Guilty Spark. They both died. Well, in that case, 343 is like a lot of people throughout literature and real life. They died. Looks like a lot of corporate minimalist slop. I wouldn't call the logo for Halo Studios minimalist. That's the word. That's the last term I think I would use to describe it. If it was minimalist, it would be super bland. It would look like the new Bandai Namco logo. And the Halo Studio logo is definitely not minimalist. It's too bold. Their new logo is pretty mid, to be honest, but it's simple at least. I think it's an alright logo. Like, I don't feel passionately about it. I think it works more than it doesn't work. And if I were to see that on, like, a toy packaging, what helps is the word Halo. The shape of each letter comes together to make Halo form one solid silhouette shape, to where if I was able, if I saw it across a toy aisle or something, I could recognize the shape of the Halo Studios logo. Like, any size, it scales well, which I think was the point of it.
You may leave, Tartarus. But I thought... And take your brutes with you. Release the prisoner.
The amount of videos I've been recommended on Infinite's many troubles with the title of The Downfall of Halo Infinite, And it's the same recap with some changes made to the script. Yeah, they're all the same.
I am already dead.
Indeed.
Do you prefer the old Halo logo before Halo Reach?
Quite so.
I don't think there's a single Halo logo that I dislike. Here, let me actually look it up on Halo logo. I think they all look pretty good. I mean, obviously the original Halo, like the Combat Evolved logo with the shield behind it, I think is my favorite for the franchise.
Do not belong in their presence.
Halo's destruction was your error, and you rightly bear the blame. But the Council was overzealous.
Yeah, I think they're all pretty
No,
good.
you are no heretic. This is the true face of heresy. One who would subvert our...
Yeah, but for me at least, the original Halo logo from Combat Evolved, I think, is my all-time favorite.
Open your eyes, my brothers.
That's the one for me.
Of our forefathers to bring ruin to us all. The great journey is a...
This heretic, and those who follow him...
When's the next evolution of COD weapons? To be honest, I don't
What use? I can no longer
I don't
command you.
really know if I can do them, because I need help. I'm spread a little bit too thin, you know? Like, really, all I've got the time for is the evolution of Halo stuff. If I were to do more evolution franchises, I'd need assistance. I'd need somebody to collaborate with. You know, I could obviously do the editing, but I'd need someone that would be an expert in those game franchises to write a script and collaborate with me. So I guess if you feel like you are a personal expert in Call of Duty weapons, you know them in and out, you are obsessive about the details, even down to the code, like you understand how they're different from one another, like you even have opinions about the differences between the third-person models that are mirrored on the original Xbox 360 because of technical constraints, you know, and their first-person models.
What would you have your arbiter do?
If you feel like you've got opinions and you feel like you'd write a nasty script for something like the M4A1, feel free to DM me.
When we join the Covenant,
Maybe we can collaborate.
according to our station, all without exception. On the blood of our fathers, on the blood of our sons, we swore to uphold the Covenant, even to our dying breath. Those who would break this oath are heretics, worthy of neither pity nor mercy. Even now, they use our Lord's creations.
I mean, one main argument you made was, oh, who makes the Sonic games? Sonic Team, which makes sense. Yeah, that's another thing with Halo Studios. Who makes Halo? Halo Studios. Who makes Sonic? Sonic Team. Like, it works, you know? My 93-year-old grandmother passed away recently. I came here for a comfy Halo gaming session. Thank you for providing this late-night gaming. I'm so sorry to hear about that. Catalog, come on in, buddy. Come on, everybody, give Catalog a good hug, all right? We're all here for you, buddy. I hope you enjoy your stay, man. Hot Jaw? Come on, are we simping for Half Jaw now? What are your thoughts on the whispering in the beginning of the Arbiter's intro cutscene when he's being dragged into the elevator? If you reverse it, it's some cryptic poem from Mendicant Bias. Well, it's not from Mendicant Bias. It's just something cool said. But I know it's been kind of like reinterpreted into it being from Mendicant Bias. But at least when it was composed and that track was like designed, the thought process behind it was just that, yeah, this sounds cool. We're gonna hide a secret message within the song that sounds really cool, and it's about redemption and sins and stuff. That's cool and badass.
And it should have their local battle net in disarray. We have the
Oh my god, I caught the annoying fly. Let me go wash my hands really fast. I caught it in my fist. Hey LNG, what is your favorite YouTuber? I don't have a singular favorite YouTuber because, you know, usually it depends on the kind of mood I'm in. You know, sometimes I want entertainment, sometimes I want to laugh, sometimes I want to fall asleep. So the wife and I, we have a little list of our favorites.
Engage active camouflage. Reveal yourselves only after the Arbiter has joined battle with the enemy.
You may wish to do the same.
Why do the two elites stay outside during this part? I'd imagine it's supposed to be like they're standing guard, you know? Like, you don't want to send everybody in. Because what happens if something goes wrong and everyone dies? Like, your entire squad is wiped. Do you prefer the Halo logo word font before or after Halo Reach? I think before.
That rattled my teeth. Come out! Your death will be quick and painless.
LNG, have you ever gotten a displate? I got a sweet Halo poster with a Covenant Cruiser. I have not. That sounds cool. I'm going to look into that. What is a displate? Oh boy. I gotta admit though, the logo after Reach is a lot easier to draw. Yeah, that's probably why they streamlined it after Halo Reach. It's to make it a little bit simpler. Make it a little bit more eye-catching. As well as it can fit cleaner on a variety of things. You know, the Halo logo, like Halo 1 through Reach, like that font type, it looks badass, but there aren't a lot of uses for it just because it's so specific, its look. Whereas the one that they came up with starting with Halo 4, that one is a little bit more universal in its application. Like, you can put it on a wider variety of things without it kind of looking like this grungy, like, dirty thing.
What's wrong? You scared? Danger on way.
But the Halo Reach logo is cool. I like the gray. I remember really, really freaking liking the gray that Reach went for back in 2010. Something about it just, it's like, Halo Reach was one of the, along with Black Ops, it was one of the first Xbox games that used the new Xbox 360 logo. So the box art had like that new Xbox 360 exclusive logo on it. It had like, oh my god, like, look, it's Halo, but like, it's gray now. And it looked so, like, clean. Something about Reach, its UI, its whole vibes, they're just so cozy. Oh, I like that. I hate paper posters, my wife says. Oh, so displate sounds like it's something that's cool. What Halo villain would you have wanted to see more of? Atriox? I think Atriox. Because Atriox, like, unless 343 does something with him soon, or Halo Studios, I guess, Atriox is going to run the risk of, like, becoming boring. Because with Halo Wars 2, it's like you establish Atriox and it's like, got it. And then with Halo Infinite, it's just, I don't know, Atriox doesn't really, like, Atriox is cool, you know? He's cool. But, like, I need to see him do something, like, soon, or he's going to lose his cool factor. That's what Poyo was talking about? Okay, gotcha. May I ask what difficulty you're playing on? I am currently playing on normal. That way I can focus on the game as well as talk to you guys. It would be so sad if Atriox became the next Didact. Well, Atriox is already not the next Didact, you know? Like, he's got a little bit more going on, I think, than the Didact as far as the games go. The Didact only appeared in one game, and that was 12 years ago. And so far, Atriox has been in 2 games. Technically 3 campaigns, if you think about Awakening the Nightmare. Julim Dama had so much potential. You know, that's a damn good answer. That is a damn good answer. Can I change my answer? Julim Dama. I wanted to see more of him. I liked Julim Dama a lot. I liked the idea of him being just like this cynical atheist elite who didn't actually believe that the Forerunners were gods, but he exploited like his own species' ignorance to kind of rally them and motivate them to his selfish cause. You know, because ultimately what he just wanted was power for himself. The Great Journey was a lie, and he knew it. He just wanted access to Forerunner technology so he could be ultra powerful. And that's a fun idea. And then having him, who thinks he's so intelligent and so manipulative, being manipulated by the people around him, like Dr. Halsey and stuff, like that was a fun dynamic. Julim Dama felt more like the Arbiter's enemy than humanity's, though. True. But, you know, Julim Dama was still a cool elite leader. Look at the there is a dynamic light source above us, so look at the elites. Look how much more detailed they look with them casting shadows on themselves. Like, imagine if all of Halo 2 looked like this. All of Halo 2 had these self-casting light sources.
That got my blood flowing.
Hey, buddy. Come here, face me. Turn around. Here, let's, can I get him to, like, move? Okay. Well, that certainly got him to turn around. Look at him. Look at how much more detailed. Oh, now he stepped into the shadow and he lost his, That's cool, though, right? LNG, do you like the pre-Halo Reach fuel rod or the after-Reach fuel rod design? Well, there are 4 fuel rod designs. There's the one from Halo 1. There's the one from Halo 2 and 3 and ODST. Then there's the Reach and Halo 4 one. Then the Halo 5 one. In my opinion, there is not every single incarnation of the fuel rod is slept. Not a single one lost its cool factor. I like them all. What about the Warden Eternal? Why the hell was he even helping Cortana? The book that came out, the Didact book, did a damn good job of attempting to make sense of the Warden Eternal, but it only works if you don't go back and play Halo 5. Because, you know, Halo 5, it's very clear that the Warden Eternal is literally just the keeper of the domain. That's it. That's the end. Like, there's nothing else there. And that the Warden Eternal thinks that the Librarian's secret goal was that Reclaimer wasn't speaking about the human race. It was actually speaking about the AIs they'd inevitably create. And it's like, wow, that's a really stupid twist. I'm glad Halo did not go with that. I'm glad Halo was like, this is not a good idea. Let's move on very, very quickly to something more interesting. What is cool, though, I do really... So, okay, remember, don't play Halo 5 or the illusion falls apart. But the explanation behind what the Warden Eternal is that was revealed, or that was, you know, posited in the new Halo book, the new Halo book does some damn heavy lifting to kind of, like, fill in some of the gaps of Halo 5's story, make it a little bit less... you know, kind of like nonsensical. The Cortana stuff, I mean. You know, because the Meridian stuff on Halo 5 is really cool. Same with the Sanghelios stuff. The big issue with Halo 5's story is everything involving Master Chief and Cortana is the dumbest stuff to ever come out of a Halo story. But what the book posits is that... So, back in Forerunner Society, there were these things called haruspices, and they were basically Forerunner scholars, and it was their Forerunner scholars, philosophers, keepers of Forerunner history and culture. And what basically happened was the Forerunners' data, like basically their internet, their archives, was in danger of the Halo ring wiping it all out, so that like the entire Forerunner race, including their history, was lost forever, including all the history that came before it, because this database had existed in the Milky Way galaxy long before even the Forerunners, and it had been kind of passively collecting information, and it was just this massive, incredibly ancient well of knowledge that any species could drink from and just explore all of existence. And that thing, it was built off of, like, a type of technology that was susceptible to the Halo rings. So, by firing the Halo rings, the Forerunners were also going to basically wipe the memory of the universe from existence. And what happened is this thing, this Forerunner database, it, in a panic, kind of shielded itself and braced for the physical damage that would be done to it. And what it also did to protect itself was all the Forerunner scholars that were plugged into it at that time and were, like, you know, probing it for answers about the Flood and, like, just, you know, pondering existence, they all got sucked in and smushed and combined into a being called the Warden Eternal. And the Warden Eternal is just, it exists to make sure that nothing can hurt this database of knowledge. Like, it just universally blocks everybody out. Unless the database wants you to access it, the Warden Eternal will make sure that you're shut out. And that was the explanation that book gave for what the Warden Eternal is. And that's a damn good retcon. Really compelling as an idea.
Oh, next time, Needus. Your heresy has made you weak. Right, you heretic. I have...
Wait, so he really thought the AIs were Reclaimers? So it's really hard because, like, Halo 5 is just so weirdly written, and some of the things that it introduces are played so matter-of-factly and straightly that it's hard to tell if it's, like, characters misunderstanding or maybe somebody's wrong about something, but Halo 5, at least the way I've interpreted its campaign, because nobody rejects the idea. It seems like Halo 5 tries to suggest the big twist is that Reclaimer is actually about the AI that humans create, and that they were supposed to inherit, like, all that the Forerunners left behind and become guardians over the universe. Because that's what the Warden believes, and that's what Cortana claims she learned from the Librarian, is that she is actually the Reclaimer. Something stupid like that. Like, I could be, you know, maybe somebody else has a different interpretation, but, like, nobody says to Cortana, that's dumb and wrong. Clearly Master Chief is the Reclaimer. Like, nobody fights Cortana about that and says that, like, Cortana, I think you're wrong about that, buddy. So it's like, all I can do is just be like, oh my god, is this game trying... Is Halo 5 trying to, like, make that a thing? Either case, it's not happening, and Halo 5 is in the past. But...
Deal with him, my brothers. I will defend the Oracle. Its truth must not be silenced.
The music in this level is just the best. Well, the music in all of the Bungie Halo games is just the best. And Halo Spartan Assault. The music in that game is just the best. And Spartan Strike. The music in that game is also just the best. And Halo Wars. And Halo Infinite. I guess we could just say Halo music is just the best, right? Because we'll be here all day. Halo 5 stopped trying to make fetch happen. Yeah, basically, it's like that. It's like, just Halo 5 stop talking. Stop trying to make the created happen. The created will never be a thing. Here we go. New Banshee. And this is a super cool detail, okay? So, the logic behind why the heretic stuff looks like this. Here, actually, let's you know, I know Ubastank is probably going crazy right now. But the reason that the Banshee looks like this, the heretic Banshees, that's not like some kind of aesthetic. These aren't mining Banshees or anything. The idea is supposed to be that all of the heretics on this station, they learn from Guilty Spark that the Great Journey is a lie and that the prophets are lying to them. And what they do in, like, a rage is they take all of their Covenant technology and rip off, like, the beauty, like, the stuff of the prophets. So all you've got is kind of like the chassis, like what's underneath. Like, you can see the exposed circuitry, exposed wires and stuff. Like, they've ripped off all of the Covenant markings from it. And that's pretty damn cool. LNG, I'm gonna leave stream, but before I do, what is your favorite Halo villain? Oh, it's gotta be the Prophet of Truth. Like, that guy is just too damn charismatic. I like all interpretations of the Prophets of Truth, especially the one from the Halo Legends anime where he's like a cartoon villain, and he sees like a Spartan and he mistakes him for the Master Chief, and he's like growing a comical brute in like a vat, one that's like stronger than all the others. I don't remember, but did Halo 2 Anniversary redesign the Heretic Banshees? It did not. It actually kept to them pretty faithfully. Though there is a bit of new lore that I think is a lot dumber than what came before, so I just choose to ignore it. Which is, the new lore is that actually the reason the Banshees and the Covenant technology on this station is stripped of all of its purple, like, Covenant markings, it's actually because it's symbolic of how the miners are laid bare before the Great Journey. And I'm like, that's very stupid. The answer that existed previously made more sense. So I just ignore it. The music was so much better in the OG than what they used in the remaster. Well, what they used in the remaster was, you know, Uberstank. That's not to poo-poo on what they had to use for the remaster. Because it's like, obviously it's not going to be Uberstank. Like, they have to use new music. They have to. Like, they have no other option. So with that out of the way, the new music that they made for this sequence and the remaster, it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. I like it a lot. Bye-bye, says Masari. Yeah. Halo 2 is more subtle than people give it credit for. It is. It is. Even though I prefer Halo 2 Truth, it kind of made sense why he went mad with power. Truth doesn't really make a lot of sense in Halo 3, but I'm okay with that. Like, in my mind, I cannot explain to you what it is that Truth wanted. The only thing I can think of is that he wanted to go to the Ark and then activate the Halo rings, and that the Ark would keep them safe, and so then Truth would kind of, like, I don't know, rebuild life from the Ark with his brutes and, like, Covenant species, and, like, humanity back in the Milky Way would all perish. That's the best I can think of. Because his motivations, like, I don't know, they're very kind of, like, odd. Which, you know, is partially because of the cut ending for Halo 2, where his motivation actually made a lot more sense, and there was a reason why he was okay with the Covenant Empire collapsing and even killing off fellow prophets, because his goal involved just him. Nobody else could be involved. It had to be only him. So he was even willing at the end to sacrifice Tartarus. Worst thing about MCC during the sequence is that the vocals in classic mode are covered in static, and it sounds awful. Is that true? Have they actually, like modified the original track? Because I know, like, music in general in Halo 2 classic graphics is, like, screwed up on the MCC, which they never fixed. All are expendable for the start of the Great Journey. Well, it's a little bit more involved than that, because obviously the Great Journey doesn't exist. And what the Prophet of Truth wanted to do in the original version of Halo 2, it literally nobody else could follow him. It had to be just him, because if people figured out what he was actually up to, Tartarus would have clobbered Truth's skull in. So it was, and as well as, like, you know, his fellow prophets and stuff, like, it was up to Truth to make sure that there was nobody who could have followed him. What is your perfect scenario for the Flood coming back into Halo? I don't think the Flood, their time as the main villain of the Halo franchise is over. That is a cool looking Forerunner thing right there. I like that a lot. Looks like the inside of a PC. The Flood, I think, should only be used, like, in little instances, like level flavor, maybe like a fun little encounter here or there, but I don't think the Flood should ever come back as the main force. Because then you've got, like, a situation like somehow Palpatine has returned, you know? Like, the Flood had their story. The original trilogy resolved it, and now the Flood are no longer a threat. Like, the risk will always be there, but we trust the Halo universe to be smart enough not to let the Flood ever get that big again. on to new things. If we want to explore the Flood more, we do it in prequels, we do it in spin-offs, or if it's in a campaign that progresses the story forward, it is for A level as a fun little sequence before, like, quarantine procedures kind of take care of the Flood at the end of the level so that they don't become a major threat. What are your thoughts on the lore changes to the Parasite, specifically with Awakening the Nightmare? There weren't any lore changes. The Flood are just the Flood and Awakening the Nightmare. The Flood were awful to fight. I don't get why people want it back. The Flood were definitely... I think the Flood never quite hit their stride until Halo 3. And even then, there was, you know, even more room to improve. But that being said, like, I get it. You know, the fun of the Flood is, like, they're zombies. They're fun. They're goo boys. Speaking of the Flood, sorry, the stench was me. I farted again. Yeah, it's so many fart jokes from that line. That stench, I've smelled it before. Arbiter's like, sorry, that was me. I gambled on a fart and I lost. Head out, gotta head out. Good night, y'all, says CG Spirited Ensemble. We'll see you later, buddy. Halo 2 Anniversary ruins the Flood reveal. The glass is transparent. Does it ruin the Flood reveal? Because you can still see the Flood there. But I definitely do agree that the Anniversary mode, it's just like the... You know, it's the problem I have, I guess, with photorealism. I don't think Halo should ever be photorealistic. I think Halo should always stick to stylization. Which is just like, you know, fog is never like that thick unless literally a room is on fire and it's smoke. But when you're stylized, you got a lot more room. That stench as he looks at Arbiter. Why are you playing Halo 2 if you didn't finish Combat Evolved? Just because I promised I would. If you want me to finish Combat Evolved, I can. Hey LNG, should Xbox make the OG Combat Evolved and Halo 2 discs work on the newer Xbox consoles? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I still to this day, I have zero idea why the original Halo games aren't backwards compatible. Like, I should be able to stick my original Halo 2 copy into the Xbox Series X and play Halo 2. LNG, don't you feel like constantly having them return and be defeated makes the Forerunners look goofy for losing to them? Yeah, sort of. And that's the problem, I think, for the Flood. Is you don't want the Flood to become a villain of the week. Like the Flood are obviously like a part of the Halo universe, but they can't become the main narrative threat. Because, like, they already were, you know? That was the point of the Halo trilogy. Because they want you to play MCC, I guess. Well, the problem with that theory that they want to bully people into playing Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2 on MCC is Halo 3 is backwards compatible, Reach is, Halo Wars is backwards compatible, and you can buy the definitive remaster. You know? I don't know why. Maybe it's something to do with music? I just can't really reason why it wouldn't be backwards compatible. They became backwards compatible in 2016 when 343 was about to abandon MCC. Reach was 2015 backward. No, Reach wasn't. There was no backwards compatibility in 2015. Yeah, no, I don't think that timeline adds up. No, it's there isn't like a goofy conspiracy to get people. Like, you can play the 360 version of Call of Duty Advanced Warfare on Xbox Series X and Xbox One, or the Xbox One versions. You can play the last gen version and current gen version of COD Ghosts. You know? Like, there isn't like an insane goofy conspiracy theory to get people to play the MCC versions. Which, that would be a way simpler answer if that was the case, but it's unfortunately not. And all we're left with is just like, what a bizarre decision. And I can only assume it's due to music. Because, if I remember right, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, part of the reason that took so long to become backwards compatible is because Xbox, they can't just decide to make things backwards compatible. They're basically reissuing the original game. And in order to do that, they have to actually, like, reach an agreement with the various rights holders and stuff. Part of the reason that ODST, when it was brought to the MCC, the reason it didn't include Firefight was due to music rights issues, believe it or not. And part of the process of getting Firefight into the MCC, a lot of the behind-the-scenes corporate drama was actually working out the legal issues regarding the music. Otherwise, they'd have to release Firefight without its soundtrack. And they weren't about to do that. And so I wonder if there's something about Halo 1 and Halo 2 regarding licensing that prevented them from doing it. Because they even, I had heard via the grapevine, I can't validate it, okay? Or verify it, I mean. But I had heard via the grapevine that, I forgot what they're called over at Xbox, the team that kind of like developed the backwards compatibility system. They demoed it to Xbox higher-ups using Combat Evolved as an example that it can work. So I have no idea why Combat Evolved, at least, didn't make it over. Not even to mention Halo 2. Yeah, video game licensing is pretty wild. Did you guys know that 343 Industries had to pay money to use the ping system? Because the ping system is patented. I forgot who it is that owns the patent to pinging. But same with Apex Legends. They had to shell out money in order to use ping as a technology. And here's another crazy thing. A game mechanic that Nintendo has patented that you have to pay Nintendo to use is when you are in a 3D video game in third person and something obscures your character, like a tree or whatever, and the way that you can tell where your character is behind the tree, even though the tree's blocking your view, is your character is represented by like a shadow on the floor or a silhouette that's kind of like bleeding through the tree. That mechanic is patented. So if you want to include that in a video game you're developing, you better Pay up, bucko. Like the connection? No, like the ping system of like, over there. You know? Weapon on the floor. Like the Apex Legends ping system. Like that is a patented mechanic. And I forgot who it is that actually owns the patent. Like Xbox as well, the original Xbox, there's something about Xbox. Its dashboard, something about it was also patented. And in the original Xbox, like the code, you can find references to the company that owned the patent to the thing that they needed to do. So, like, the original Xbox also, like, something about the way that its dashboard works, some kind of visual thing, or like a mechanism, a way a player can access something, like, something in it is also patented. So, like, there are a ton of legal things that you have to jump through when you're making a game. Nintendo invented that? No, of course Nintendo didn't. I'd assume Nintendo didn't, at least. But it's not about who invented it. It's about who patented it first. It's kind of like the invention of the light bulb. Like, Thomas Edison did not invent the light bulb. He just patented it first. Isn't that dumb? I think patenting video game mechanics is a stupid thing. Like, that is a dumb and stupid thing that exists. Being able to patent something as simplistic as that is quite frankly ridiculous. Completely agree. Completely agree. Like, it's one thing if you're patenting, like, a technology that you're developing, like something very, very complex. Like the Nintendo Switch and the way, like, its docking works, you know, and, like, blah, 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 blah. And it's very, like, kind of, like, specific to Nintendo, so obviously they want to protect that technology. But it's another thing to where it's, like, when you're behind a tree, you can still see your character. Like, that is ridiculous. Can you show the pause menu? Oh, I can. Watch this. Bam! Look at that. Controller settings. You want some controller settings? Yes, please. Konami patented minigames. I don't think that was Konami. I think that was, who owns Pac-Man? No, it's Atari. It was Atari that patented minigames on a loading screen. Like, for the longest time, Atari they patented during a loading screen, you can play minigames to make the time go by faster. You know? Like, that's ridiculous, and it wasn't until, I think, 2015 when that patent expired, and I don't think they renewed it, so it became public. So now developers, if they want, they can put minigames into their loading screens. But, like, that's useless now because, you know, loading has become so fast that you don't really even need that anymore. Was it Bandai? I don't think so. I think it was Atari. Because Atari wasn't even doing anything anyway, so it was, like, frustrating that that was a thing that was patented. Arbiter's pause menu should have been purple. Worst game of all time. Yeah, you know. That's a good point. That could have been cool. But also, I get that it's supposed to be unified with the main menu. It's not like Arbiter's pause menu, you know? It's the Halo 2 pause menu. Hey, LNG, how's the Duke controller? It's okay. It's not my favorite controller. that still goes to the 360 controller and the PS4 controller. That one is very comfortable in my hands as well. LNG, I'm pretty sure EA patented the ping system. I'll probably have to look it up then. If anybody has like their phones near them, maybe try to Google to see who patented the pinging mechanic that a lot of modern games use. If Spark wanted to activate the rings to stop the flood, why was he attacking the Covenant? Like Guilty Spark in Halo in this game? Guilty Spark was a prisoner this whole game of the Covenant. Or not a prisoner, but, you know. Or do you mean in like Halo? And I think it has more to do with, in Halo 1, the Covenant weren't trying to activate the Halo ring. Because as far as Halo 1 was concerned, if you gotta remember, you gotta look at these games within the bubble that they exist in. Because there wasn't, like, established lore or anything. So, according to the logic of Halo 1's story, Halo is a super weapon. Whoever controls Halo controls the fate of the universe. So the Covenant want control of Halo because it's a super weapon. I just did, I'm right. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so EA does own the patent to the ping system. So Microsoft, Xbox, they had to pay EA to use the ping system in Halo Infinite. Battlefield, I think, started pinging. I don't think Battlefield started pinging. Actually, maybe it did. With Battlefield 5. Yeah, because in Battlefield 5, you could, like, place markers over characters. Because they got rid of the spot mechanic. Which, I don't necessarily agree with that choice. I think with photorealistic visuals like Battlefield, the spotting mechanic helps quite a bit with visibility. They own the patent, but it's free for developers to use. That might have changed recently then, because when Halo Infinite was being developed, one of the developers that I was buddies with told me about that they were in talks with EA. Okay, gotcha. Apex Legends was the game where EA decided to patent it. Okay, that makes sense. In fact, I think, you know the current lawsuits that Nintendo is going to be doing against Pal World? If I remember right, according to the lawsuit, it sounds like they're not going after them for, what they might actually get them with is various patents that Nintendo has for, like, Pokemon-like systems. That might be the thing that Nintendo is going to use to get one over on Pal World. Which, you know, it does suck that Nintendo has, like, that much power to where they can kind of shut down competitors like that. But the developers of Pal World knew what they were doing. Like, we all knew what they were doing. They were playing with fire, you know? So it's hard to feel bad for them, because it's like, you guys knew what you were doing. This shouldn't surprise you, what's happening. Hey LNG, what are your thoughts on if Halo Studios put every Halo game into the MCC so they're all together? That would be very cool, but it would be incredibly unrealistic. It was already very difficult for them to get Reach added to the MCC because, like, the MCC was hitting its data limit. There had to be a lot of trickery to get Reach just squeezed in there. And now, as it exists, there is just no more room for any other games. Unless they want to sunset things like the Xbox One console. Greetings from Mexico. I really love your content. Greetings from the United States. Virginia. Happy to have you aboard, man. I'm curious, what is your favorite bit of content? Doesn't Arbiter have unique binoculars in Halo 2? He does. He does have unique binoculars.
This will save me from the storm, but you will be consumed. Arbiter, where is he?
God, I freaking love this cutscene. I love the way that they move.
Never break through this.
They're just, the elites in Halo 2 are so expressive. The way that they move their bodies around. Like, I've always loved that animation of Arbiter walking past him angrily, because Arbiter's like, you know, he's pissed off like that, but you will be consumed. And then Arbiter slams his fist on the force field. He turns around and begins walking away. And he's not even, like, paying attention because he's so angry. And so the shipmaster has to, like, step aside, you know, because Arbiter isn't walking around him. And then Shipmaster sees what it is that pissed off Arbiter so much, and he's like, gotcha, that's why he's mad. And then he turns around to keep talking to Arbiter, and Arbiter's already forgotten what he's so mad about, because he's formulating an idea. He saw this hologram here. Just perfect. Perfectly executed cutscene. And then I love this. He gives you his blade. And then, like, wishes you well. Like, that's the moment where Shipmaster trusted Arbiter and became buddies with him, is because, remember, he was like, these are my elites, their lives matter to me, yours does not. And now here he is giving Arbiter his personal energy sword and basically, like, wishing him a worthy death. Like, Arbiter earned his respect because Arbiter is under the assumption that he's about to give his life to destroy the heretic leader. It's cool! Like, it's cool! It's good storytelling! And then it's also cool that, like, the next time Arbiter sees the Shipmaster after this mission, which he survives, Shipmaster gives him a friendly nod of the head. You know, rather than, like, dismissing him and, like, scoffing at him. Like, he acknowledges Arbiter as a brother. He's like, you made it. You know, gives him a little sup nod. And Arbiter returns it with a nod of his own. Like, they are kin now. And then, later on in the campaign, do you guys remember what happens? Arbiter has to get to the Sacred Icon. Like, Johnson and his team, they're on one of the gondolas, and they're making it to the Sacred Icon that'll activate the ring, and they want to steal the key, you know, to prevent the Covenant. And Shipmaster is there with Arbiter, and then they hear the flood behind them, like that shriek. And then he draws out his energy sword, and he's like, you know, you go, Arbiter. I'll deal with these beasts. And Shipmaster's, like, sacrifices his life for the Arbiter. He's returning the favor. And obviously Shipmaster survives as well. But it's like, that's damn cool. Like, they're buddies. Yeah, on your way, Arbiter. I'll deal with these beasts. And as far as you know in the Halo 2 story, because you don't see him for a while, that was the last time you saw him. He ran off into the darkness and probably got consumed by the flood. Like, homie was willing to sacrifice himself for Arbiter so that he could complete his mission. You know how the turntables compared to the beginning of the game.
One final cable officer.
Just good stuff, man. Halo 2's story is still the best Halo campaign in the series. Narratively speaking. There we go now. The station is falling. The cable. I'm going to cut it.
That did it. The station is in free fall.
I almost exclusively watch your content while eating a meal. That's you know, that's a good time to watch any content, I think. Imagine if they actually finished the campaign the way they wanted. Dude, it would have been so badass for both the Arbiter and the Shipmaster to, at the end of the campaign, uncover the truth that the Forerunners, their gods, the one that all this bloodshed, you know, the Covenant Civil War, the Prophet's lies, the Elite slaughter to the brutes, the flood, like all of this pain and suffering. And they discover that their gods were the human race all along. That they were literally waging a war against their own gods. Like, that would have just been damn powerful. Like, the Great Journey, they were trying all this time to reach enlightenment, reach the next plane of existence that their gods were able to reach. And the original idea for Halo 2's ending was that it was Arbiter and the Shipmaster standing on the bridge of their ship. Like, finally the Prophet of Truth is dead, and they're looking at Earth. Like, that's heaven. That's where they were trying to go this whole time. It was right in front of them. Like, that's where the Forerunners went. They restarted on Earth. It's just like, damn good stuff. Damn good stuff. And I really wish that they could have finished Halo 2 the way that they wanted. It would have put a nice bow on everything. But because of the way that Halo went, we got more Halo games to enjoy. It left the story open for more explorations. He is assisting you with a meal. But if they did, our Halo 3 wouldn't exist. But yeah, humans are Forerunners, no doubt. It was definitely a really, really cool idea that the franchise could have gone in. Oh boy. Dude, if I were these heretics, I'd just be getting out. I wouldn't bother fighting the Arbiter anymore. Imagine if they delayed Halo 2 till the 360 came out a year later. It probably would have been awesome. Wasn't there a romance between the Shipmaster and the Arbiter? No. No, there was not romance.
You'll never escape this maelstrom in a Banshee. Wait, the hangar. There was a Sarah fighter inside. Robert, do you know what to do?
Turn up the volume, please. My volume or the game volume? There was no Halo 3. Bungie wanted to move on after 2. Yeah, Bungie, to them, Halo wasn't like a franchise. You know, Halo was just like the game that they made. And then Halo 2, that was the sequel to the game that they made. Like, they didn't want to become the Halo studio. They wanted to make new games. So for them, they wanted to wrap up Halo's story in Halo 2. And then, you know, make something new. As most game developers want to do, you know. No game studio wants to be trapped working on a single thing till the end of time. Like, you know those Call of Duty studios, Infinity Ward, Sledgehammer, and Treyarch, they'd probably kill somebody for the opportunity to be able to just, like, make an original game. In my opinion, we really needed more time with both Arbiter and Chief in Halo 2, at least a few good levels before either went to Delta Halo. Have I shared before? I think so. But there was originally a lot more interactions between them. There's actually a storyboard that's pretty badass where Arbiter and Chief, before meeting the Gravemind, they would have actually fought each other. Like, they would have encountered each other. And they would have, like, seen each other from a distance. And they start running at each other, and they're, like, running, and the camera's all cinematic, like, oh my god, they're about to clash! And then they get thrown apart by, like, a big flood monster that comes from, like, over a hill. Like, there was a lot more stuff involving Arbiter and Chief originally, a lot more drama between the two, like near misses, almost catching each other. There's concept art of the Arbiter behind Chief in a Forerunner area. It might have been the Earth arc where you play as Arbiter and Chief is an AI against Truth. Maybe, but I don't think that was actually concept art. I think that was more of just like really badass, cool artwork, which does sometimes exist. Hey, LNG, fun fact. Did you know that you are currently the biggest Halo 2 live streamer right now? Holy crap, really? What an honor! We'll definitely have to do Halo 3 then on the Xbox 360. Then we got a 4-minute Gravemind cutscene. You know, I'm of two minds about the Gravemind cutscene. Because I like what Bungie originally wanted to do with the Gravemind, which, unfortunately, because of the cutscene, because of, you know, technical limitations as well as, like, a rushed timeline, the original idea for the Gravemind was not that, like, that's it, it's right there, in the flesh, the Gravemind, that giant plant thing. The Gravemind is the Flood. Anywhere the Flood is, that's the Gravemind. And, well, it's more of like just like the big mass of like flesh, and it wasn't supposed to take on a solid definitive form. Like, the Gravemind will always look like a giant talking plant. In the original storyboards, the idea was Chief, if I remember right, Chief wakes up in front of a big, like, basically a gigantic version of the Flood, the Flood brain thing from Halo 1, and it begins, like, morphing and slithering, and, like its flesh tears to form a mouth so that it can speak. So it's like, it exists as just a big pile of goo, and then in order to speak to Chief, it forms itself a mouth. Not that it is just a talking plant, and that's what the Gravemind always looks like. Like, that was just the form it took so that it could communicate out loud to Master Chief. And it was pretty damn cool as well, because in the original storyboard for that cutscene, there was an army of Flood forms, like, watching the conversation between Arbiter, Chief, and the Gravemind, and at one point, the Gravemind would have said something like we are a timeless chorus, our voice sings victory everlasting, and as the Gravemind is getting louder and louder talking about itself, all the flood in the room start shrieking and howling and stuff, like just kind of symbolizing how powerful the flood is. That it's not an army, you know, like Chief with the UNSC or Arbiter with the Covenant. Like, the flood is one, they're unified. And like, that would have been so badass to see in a cutscene, just like thousands and thousands of flood forms all just shrieking in unison as the Gravemind chants its victory over all life. I brainstormed a concept to expand 2's story into something like, yes, you told me about this. Like Sonic Adventure 2, dividing the campaign into Hero, Chief, and Dark Arbiter in Final Stories. Yes, I remember that. That got me so excited because you were so right about that. That sounds a little cliche. To be fair, so does the Gravemind speaking in rhyme, but it worked. Yeah, and then for the original ending for Halo 2, for the original ending for Halo 2, or not original ending, you know, but the final ending that we have right now, you know, the cutscene where the Gravemind is like, you know, like, questions still linger on, like, I will talk and you will answer, and then Cortana's like, shoot. You know, telling the Gravemind to ask its questions. Like, she's gonna play its fucking game. The storyboard for that cutscene actually has... You actually get to see the Gravemind move from its control room. You know, crib that it's set up. Because that's where that cutscene takes place in Halo 2, the Gravemind cutscene. It takes place in the control room of Delta Halo.
I would rather die by your hand.
And you actually see the Gravemind, like, begin, like, detaching itself, like, this big, just, like, brain thing, like, detaching itself from, like, the walls, and, like, and the control room is just empty, because the Gravemind moved, and kind of set itself up in High Charity as its new hive.
How they would sacrifice
like, just a lot of cool stuff that they could have done.
More questions? Splendid. I would be happy to assist you.
Hale and G. Brandon Romero asks if this is your full-time job. It is. It is.
The elites are blind, Arbiter. But I will make
this makes no sense. He's like... Why didn't he just let Guilty Spark speak? Like, Arbiter was listening. And I think this was also a victim of just, like, the troubled development of Halo 2. Because Joe Staten is a damn good writer. But the problem is, and this is something that also, like, folks from 343 were able to kind of verify, is Joe Staten, he sometimes forgets that, like, a video game isn't just cutscenes. And so he gets, like, a little bit too into what he's writing. He writes things kind of like a screenplay. This original setup with Joe Staten was that Arbiter finds the Heretic, and the Heretic, you know, is going to be like, you know, the prophets would lead us to our doom. And he's about to explain with Guilty Spark what the Great Journey actually is. And then, boom, mid-sentence, he's sniped. And he's shot in the back. And he, like, slumps forward into Arbiter's arms. And he's dead. And behind you, or behind him, the camera reveals that, like, Tartarus is standing there with a smoking gun.
Sorry for the quick jump, Sergeant. You in one piece?
You know, but the gameplay designers, they wanted a boss fight. So that cutscene was kind of like mangled up so that there was an excuse for you to have a little wacky boss fight against some holograms. And I don't think it works that well. Sniped? Okay, maybe not sniped, but shot.
So this is what my father found. I thought Halo was some sort of super weapon. It is.
The Heretic was supposed to get away, and you chased him on the Seraph, and then you fought him on the Alpha Moon and destroyed Halo Base. God, yeah, the original stuff with Alpha Moon was wild.
I don't care if I have the clearance.
The
or not.
reveal of another
Get them.
Halo in Halo
Where's our
2 is
target?
great.
The enemy ship has stopped.
And also,
We're
listen,
going to pass right over it.
Perfect. Given
you know,
what we
the
know about this place, it's even more important that we capture the Prophet of Regret. Find out why he came to Earth.
that's the monk chant for Delta Halo. It's something that bothers me a little bit, I think, about the Halo series. So this is like one of the other, like, just, you know, weird things that I know I have it stored in my brain and I can't do anything with this information because it's useless. But I'll share it with you. Under Bungie, each Halo ring that you encounter has its own theme. In Halo 1, the traditional monk chant, like, that's the monk chant for Alpha Halo. The monk chant that you just heard right here, that's the monk chant for Delta Halo. And if we would have seen more Halo rings under Bungie, we would have heard new monk chants. So it bothers me to no end that for Zeta Halo, we don't have a new monk chant for Zeta Halo, in keeping with the tradition. Look, and you can hear it right now. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, now I'm getting totally off key, but yeah, you get the vibe. That's the monk chant for Delta Halo. So whenever it shows up, that's the version of the Halo theme that should be playing.
Possibly make any more noise? I guess so.
Sir, we gotta neutralize those turrets.
Wait, really? Yes. Yep. Yeah, that was intentional. The reason that this soundtrack, when they show the Halo ring, they don't use the traditional Halo monk chant, is because that was the chant that was used for the first game's Halo ring. This is Delta Halo. It has its own unique monk chant. They used the same one for Gamma Halo and Halo 4. Yeah, like, kind of like missing the point of the monk chant. Which is, you know, unfortunately just kind of like a side effect of creatively handing over a property to someone else. But that's the stuff that I'm, like, super hyper fixated on. Like, those are the little details that they bother me when somebody, like, obviously, why haven't you consumed every single little bit of trivia information about this property? Why aren't you a walking encyclopedia on Halo trivia? Only Marty and Mike knew that. 343 weren't aware of that. But what's wild is the reason I'm aware of it is because I watched the Halo 2 developer documentary where Marty says that. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Each Halo ring gets its own monk chant. So I don't really blame, definitely autism with the monk chants. That sort of stuff wasn't written down by Bungie. Yeah, it's just, it's things that, like, the composers knew because they worked on every single Halo game. It wasn't like, in the design document, each Halo ring gets its own theme. Like, it wasn't there written in stone, and it's totally not an issue, okay? I need to specify that gripe is very silly, okay? Because it ultimately doesn't matter. And it's not actually a big deal. But if I was a megalomaniac, and I'm not, to quote Halo 2, if I was in charge of the Halo franchise, I would have made sure that Zeta Halo got its own unique version of the Halo theme. Did I miss the first Arbiter missions? You did, unfortunately. No. There needs to be a constitution of the Halos. Like, we need to sit down and write a legal document regarding the Halos. The Great Halo Constitution of Seattle 2024. From henceforth, all developers going forward will provide unique original themes to identify the individual Halo rings. That's also the same voice you use for mimicking the prophets. Is the prophet of regret your alter ego for an autist? Is it? What's the voice? Like the bah, like I know things. Is that my prophet voice? Cortana says she isn't one, but Halo 5 says otherwise. Well, I think the joke is supposed to be, like, that's a bit of self-deprecating humor from Cortana. Like, she's like, if I was, you know, because they're trying to find the prophet of regret on this island, and they're like, where could this prophet be? And there's a giant comical temple in the distance, and Cortana's like, if I was a megalomaniac, and I'm not, that's where I'd be. Like, it's clearly shit. Yeah, like, if she was in the prophet's shoes, she'd set herself up in a giant comical temple. Like, it's just a little bit, she's poking fun at herself. Cortana's funny in the Bungie Halo games, is the point, I guess. LNG, do your best Robin Atkin Downs impression. Who is that? Is that the prophet of truth? No, that's the prophet of regret, right? That guy. I need to warm up to it. Because right now my voice, I'm feeling a bit under the weather. I've got a bit of a sore throat. And you can probably hear as time passes, my voice starts getting a little bit scratchy because I don't have water with me, so I'll have to get up and get some. But lest I give you I can do a pretty decent prophet of regret, but I don't want to give you anything less than my best. Hey, LNG, Gabe Newell asked if you want to be featured in the Half-Life 2 Anniversary Vidoc. I do not believe you, but I accept.
Another Phantom on approach.
How would Zeta Halo's Monk Chant go, considering it's an older ring repurposed for the current array, LNG? I probably wouldn't worry too much about that. What I would probably do is you'd have to start on the same note, and you'd have to have a similar chord progression, and then it would all have to end back on the same note. Like, you'd want to just follow the template set by the Delta Halo theme and the Alpha Halo theme to make a new Monk Chant. I love the Halo 2 Elite banter. Yeah, the Elites in Halo 2 are very silly sounding. What's the best Halo mission? Oh God. That's a tough one. Oh boy. I don't even know where to start. The second mission, Truth and Reconciliation, Savo Highway, The Storm, The Covenant. God. Pretty much any mission from ODST. Winter Contingency from Reach. Like, dude, there's so many good missions. Missed Super. Damn it. Okay. I missed Super. Let me back up a little bit. My ideal Gravemind would be a series of giant amorphous flesh walls covered in faces of billions of absorbed organisms all speaking in unison. Yeah. I freaking love that. That's what I'm thinking as well, because in my mind, like, why does the Gravemind, like, need to be, like, a physical talking plant, I guess? Like, I appreciate what Halo 3 did, even though it was not, you know, the ultimate goal. What we ended up getting in Halo 3, I think, like, don't get me wrong, the Halo 2 Gravemind is very cool. I like that the Flood are controlled by a rhyming hip plant. But I like in Halo 3 that you never act, like, the plant's gone because the Gravemind is everywhere the Flood is. And the Gravemind just speaks through the Flood. Like, you can hear the Flood forms. They will sometimes just speak with the Gravemind's voice. You know, they're like, the Armored Casket. They call Chief, which is a hilarious name. like, what would a zombie use as an insult for the Master Chief? And they call him the Armored Casket. And I think that's pretty cool. Because also in Halo 3, there's that Marine you can find who's like, he had to kill his entire squad because they're all infected by the Flood. And him just like going crazy. He's like, and then they got up and they started to talk. Oh God, their voices. Oh God, make them stop. You know, and he starts putting the pistol to his own head because he's like horrified at like his own squad, the Gravemind puppeting them and speaking through them, and he had to put them all down. Do your best Prophet of Regret impression, but with the accent of the medic from What? I haven't heard the medic speak in so long. Listen, I'm under the weather, and you're making a lot of demands right now. You're like, Taras, I need you to face Cardinal North. Stand on one foot while rubbing your tummy and do an impression of the Prophet of Regret, who also has the accent of the medic from Team Fortress 2. And do it in under 5 seconds. Whoa, boy. Chief knew Cortana for like a year at that point, and they made them the most they made them almost romantic as well, and made Chief overly emotional. Oh, in Halo 4? Yeah, I agree there. I think Halo 4 is not correct in what it thinks Master Chief and Cortana's relationship was. When I was younger, I was like, oh my god, this is so deep. But as an adult now, I'm like, this is so stupid.
Roger them. Armor's on the way.
Master Chief knew Johnson longer than he knew Cortana. No, that's not true. That's an exaggeration, okay? That is an exaggeration. But it's kind of similar. What Halo book do you think would be best converted into a game? Maybe Contact Harvest? Though the thing about the books is, like, they work really good as books. And I'm not really sure you'd need to necessarily make any of them a video game. Do it, we're waiting. Oh god, what did the medic sound like?
Brace up, it's gonna get hot.
How do you do the Prophet of Regret who sounds like the Team Fortress medic? Isn't that just doing the Team Fortress medic? It's like, I will activate the rings. Base 343 wanted an emotional story and went out of their way to rewrite the characters to make it more emotional than it really was. Remember him simply saying, "Wake me when you need me"? Yeah. God, I forgot you got a Warthog here. I can't get over the fact that Halo 2 just doesn't have an assault rifle. It is weird in, like, the franchise's, I guess, legacy. Or not legacy. It's weird in hindsight, you know, because we know Halo is like that. But that's, like, the game with the gun that has the numbers on it, right? Like, you can't have a Halo game without the gun that has the numbers on it. But consider it this way. When Halo 2 came out, the battle rifle was the gun that had the numbers on it. It looks kind of like the one from Halo 1. You know, it's a bullpup rifle, only this one is a 3-burst rifle, and it has a little scope on the top. If you didn't know any better, you would probably think it was the same rifle, just in a different configuration so that it was 3-burst. And given a 36-round magazine versus a 60-round. I won't deny Halo 4 having intimacy, but it's nothing romantic. There's a lot of just, like, weird lines in Halo 4, which isn't helped by that, like, just stupid design that they gave Cortana. Like, just a lot of, like, weird stuff. Like, remember when she's like, "Come on, Chief. Give a girl a ride?" Where it's just like, ew, what the fuck? Like, what's going on here? What is this? Yeah, just Halo 4 is just like a game that Chief and Cortana stuff, it gets worse and worse every year for me. A huge misunderstanding of those characters and why people liked them.
Damn it, next time I'll just call it a damn nuke. I got another contact.
So what you're saying is Halo 3 should have had its own rifle with the numbers on it. No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, Halo 3 had two guns with the numbers on them. But for Halo 1, there was one gun that had the numbers on it, and same with Halo 2. It had one gun with the numbers on it. I cringed so hard at that in Halo 4, and he never responds to it. It's stupid. Like, it was dumb. The design for Cortana was stupid in that game. The weird things that they made Jen Taylor say, the way Cortana acted, like, it was all just, like, very out of character for Cortana. That was a game that did not respect Cortana as a character. It, like, made her a submissive object. And it was very stupid. Give the Magnum the numbers. Well, no, the Magnum doesn't need to be the gun with the numbers on it. And the Covenant, they're the guys that have the gun with the pink crystals on it. Like, if we were to have, like, you know, the weapons, if we were to describe Halo to the layman, like, the good guys have the gun that has the numbers on it, and the bad guys, they have the gun that has the pink crystals on it. And that's Halo. You're a green guy, and you have to shoot your gun with numbers on it at the bad guys. It's weird how they have that dialogue, and then in Halo Infinite, he spends the whole game with the weapon. He is a naive Cortana. I like the weapon a lot. I like the weapon a lot, because the weapon doesn't have like this stupid, you know, Reclaimer saga, like, oh John, I'm so weak, John. Like, it doesn't have any of that like bullshit melodrama. Like, the weapon is just straightforward and funny, and not funny in the same way that like Bungie Cortana was funny. Like, the weapon has her own funniness where she's like a little bit like, she doesn't quite get like how fucked sometimes they're in, like the situations they're in are, and I appreciate that. Like the gigantic brute coming down the elevator shaft with 2 jackals as backup, and like the brute's like pounding his chest like he's hyping himself up because he's about to clobber Chief, and she's like, what if it's a friend? And Chief has to be like, it's not. And he just puts her back in his head. Like, I like the weapon. Doesn't Chief meet Cortana like the day before they flee Reach? So he knew her a couple months max before getting... Yeah, basically. Like, that's why, like, a lot of the, like, weird, like her, like, putting her hand on his chest and being like, I've been waiting so long to do that. Where it's just like, what the fuck is this? Get off the screen. This is so dumb. This isn't Halo, man. Halo's better than this. Than this gooner shit. Halo humans have guns with numbers. Aliens have a unique energy weapons, and then the light. Yeah, and then they... Well, no. I'd say that the energy sword is iconic enough that we can just call it the energy sword. Like, the energy sword is really interesting in that it is so unique of a design and as a weapon that it was able to kind of jump out of the games and become just, like... Oh yeah, that thing, that's the energy sword from Halo. And people who don't even know, who've never played Halo, they know what the energy sword is and what it looks like. But with the assault rifle, they'll just be like, I don't know, that's the gun with the numbers on it, right? Do you think the weapon should have named herself Leela, you know, as a reference to Marathon 1? I think the weapon's name should just be Cortana. Like, that's who the weapon is. Like, I know people are like, no, her name should be Joyuse. It's like, yeah, okay, sure, right, yeah. The Adventures of Master Chief and Joyuse. I'm sorry, that name has no power. It has no franchise power, Joyuse. Like, I get it. I know where it comes from. It doesn't stop the fact that the name just sounds weird. Like, it doesn't roll off the tongue well. And then it kind of defeats the whole idea of the, if you knew how you were gonna die, how would you live your life differently? And it's like, I'd live my life differently by just completely abandoning who I am. Can't make mistakes and learn from them if you just pretend to be a different person. Human guns have numbers. Alien guns have meters. Yeah, that's a great way to put it, Andrew. Yeah, the alien guns are the ones with the meters on them. And then swords were also a big part of Destiny as well. Well, the crazy thing is, like, Destiny, I don't think there's anything iconic from Destiny. Like, maybe the Traveler, but that would be about it. Like, Destiny, don't get me wrong, Destiny definitely, I think, ended up being a bigger franchise than Halo was. But nothing from Destiny is that iconic outside of just the Traveler. Like, ghosts are from Destiny are cool looking, right? But they're not, like, pop culture cool. People know what a warthog is. I don't think a lot of people know what a ghost from Destiny is.
Take it down. You've got to be kidding me.
If that makes any sense. I think the Cabal are a bit No, I'm sorry. Nobody knows what the Cabal are from Destiny. Like, you've got to think about this in terms of what would you put on, like, a t-shirt and sell it Hot Topic, and somebody would walk in and go, oh, I know that, and they'd buy that t-shirt. If you put a Cabal Legionnaire on a t-shirt, nobody who walks into Hot Topic is going to know what the hell that is. Not gonna lie, it's a shame Chief and the UNSC doesn't really have a signature melee weapon. Fan art and whatnot always depicts Chief with a random looted energy sword. That's true, but I wonder, like, what you could even, like, do? I guess, like, what would Chief have? Maybe a knife. But I know what you mean. Like, the knives that Spartans use for their assassinations are not, like, they are not the energy sword of the UNSC, you know? It's just a knife. I would say the energy sword is iconic as lightsaber. I'd agree. Maybe a little bit weaker. But that's just because more people know Star Wars than they do Halo. And Halo, like... Halo is for people who play video games. Star Wars is for literally every human on the planet. That wizard came from the moon. See, that's funny, but that's not iconic. Like, that's funny to us as gamers, but you can't put that on a t-shirt because the only place it would sell is on the Bungie store. You couldn't put that in Hot Topic because nobody would know what that's referencing, you know? Whether we wanted it or not, we've stepped into a war with the Cabal on Mars is the most iconic part of Destiny. It's an inside joke for the Halo. Freudian slip. It's an inside joke for the Destiny community. It's not iconic, though. For something to be iconic, it needs to be something that can be immediately identified by people outside of that community. Like, okay, the guy, okay, there's probably those of you right now who are watching who could not give less of a shit if you tried about Marvel movies. Haven't seen them, don't care. When you're having a barbecue cookout and that guy shows up to your barbecue and he's got the Captain America shield on his t-shirt, you know what that is. That's iconic. Like, that's what I mean by iconic.
Good. Still no word about In Amber Clad on the Covenant BattleNet. It's odd. The Covenant know we made landfall, but they don't...
The CE Beta machete, the one with the difficulty shields, could work, in my opinion. Giving it a motor with an oscillating serrations. That's freaking cool. Yeah, it is getting a little bit close to, like, Warhammer 40k territory, but it would be badass. Master Chief's got to cut through an elite shield, so he's got like a little chainsaw machete to do it.
I got another contact.
But that existed before the movies. Yeah, that's how iconic Captain America's shield is. That even before the movies, you knew what that shield was, even if you never read the comics.
Surrender.
Like, that's that stupid Captain America guy, right? Hey, LNG fun fact. Did you know the Destiny planet is in Halo because they were going to add it to the games, but since Bungie gave away the rights, they made Destiny. What? Hang on, what? Let me reread that. Did you know the Destiny planet is in Halo because they were going to add it to the games, but since Bungie gave away the rights, they made Destiny? No.
Take a water, soldier.
Are you referencing the the Destiny Easter egg in ODST? That was just Bungie being obnoxious. Like, that was just Bungie being silly. You know, kind of like how you've got Marathon logos all over their Bungie, or all over their Halo games, to the point that, like, Microsoft had to step in and start, like, demanding that they stop putting Marathon logos everywhere, because it would have become a legal headache when the transition was going to happen, which was going to happen. It was just a reference. Like, it was a cheeky little Easter egg. They did put the Destiny planet in Halo 2. It's in the first 3 levels. What do you mean the Destiny planet?
Wait, go back.
Not the Traveler, right?
That's what I thought he said. The Prophet of Regret is planning to activate Halo.
Are you sure?
I shall light this holy ring, release its
Another
flames
marathon
and
stream win.
burn a path into the divine
Probably,
beyond.
definitely soon. I'm in contact with Jake, so we're gonna have to set up a co-op Destiny
But from
stream.
what I understand, the Prophet will need an object. The Indian
Destiny awaits on the whiteboard of the bridge
I've
of the
located
Pillar
a
of Autumn.
library similar to the one you found on the first Halo. If the ring
Oh,
works
is that
the
on
same
the
way,
Pillar of
index should
Autumn?
be inside.
I'll bet the Covenant are thinking the exact same thing.
The Destiny planet is Earth, isn't it? Oh my god.
Extract your men and meet me at the library.
Shut up!
I'll secure the index, please. You take out the Prophet.
That's a funny
Giving
joke.
us all the intel we need.
Hot take, the reason Halo's story has more depth than Destiny is because they ripped half of Marathon out and put it in Halo. I don't know if I'd say that. Quite literally, the only thing that Halo and Marathon have in common is AIs exist. And there's a guy in armor. And there's outer space with aliens. Outside of that, like, the properties are so different. It makes sense. A machete, adept at sawing through foliage and foes. Also, I'd introduce a Halo archetype unique to Halo, a continuous melee. Oh, like you like hold down the button and it would keep on. That could be, you know, that could be cool. If you wanted to introduce a new melee weapon that was able to find its own niche, do a melee weapon that you can just hold down the button. Yeah, you know what? Okay, Andrew, you've sold me.
You know, I think the Forerunners built these new structures around the
At least 343 figured out how to change the Marathon logo a bit during Halo 4 as to keep it in the game but not infringe on anything. Yeah, yeah, the Marathon logo that they ended up doing for Halo 4 to avoid copyright issues. I'll be honest, I don't like the redesign. Like, it makes sense within Halo 4 and it really does fit the Halo 4 aesthetic. But the art design of it, what I really like about the Marathon logo is the simplicity of it. And so that redesign of it, it's obviously designed to fit cleanly into the Halo 4 Forerunner architecture. And so because of that, it adopts a different graphic style. And I just don't like it quite as much as the Marathon logo. I wish that they would have made a new logo that fit the same kind of like simplistic design of the Marathon logo, but was clearly different, you know? Though probably the choice to make it look so different was also like for legal reasons, because it's like we made the Marathon logo, but we got rid of the line. Like that probably wouldn't be enough. Ayo, like Doom's chain. Oh, he says I, not Ayo. Like Doom's chainsaws or Quake's guns.
Unless you're digging a grave back there, you're wasting my time.
The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I ever had. What does that mean? Did a grunt say that? Like, you know, full disclosure, I can't hear what's going on in the game. Did a grunt just say that out loud? That's ridiculously dark if a grunt just babbled that during gameplay. Dude, okay. I've got all the audio files from the various Halo games, minus Halo 4 and Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, because those games are actually a little bit tricky to extract audio from. If anybody knows how to get access to all of the Halo 4 audio files, please get in contact. I would love to get my grubby, sweaty palms on them. But I've perused the audio files of the grunts for hours, and there is this one grunt in, I think it's Grunt 2 in Halo 2. He's called Grunt 2, and I think it was a guest celebrity. It was like a comedian that they got to voice one of the grunts, and he's so bad. Like, his voice acting is atrocious. And I love it. I love it so much. And now whenever I play Halo 2, like, that's the grunt that I listen for. Because Joe Staten, he's killing it. He's killing it. But Grunt 2 or whatever it was, almost every single line delivery from him is bad. Because he sounds like he doesn't care. Or like he doesn't, you know, he's not a voice actor. He doesn't know how to emote or be expressive in gameplay. So he'll just be like, uh-oh. Time to run away. And it's like, that's it. That's the line delivery. So during combat, with gunfire everywhere and explosions, you've got this grunt that sounds like he took melatonin.
They never knew what hit him.
Hey, I'm a grunt. I'm walking here. Dude, I freaking love, in Halo Infinite, the grunt mule, for some reason, has a New York accent. Like, I love it so much. The grunt mule, just like for some fucking reason. And there's oh my god, now that I mention it, there's one of the grunt voice actors in Halo Infinite, like the standard ones. He also has a New York accent for no reason. Like, he's an alien from outer space, and he talks like, I'm walking here. He's like, he's like, it's the demon. Someone get the brutes. I fucking love that grunt in Halo Infinite. They're like, do you think that voice sucks in Halo Infinite. That grunt voice, I hate that guy. And the voice that no, I don't hate the guy. I hate the voice that he did. But the conversation goes something like, do you think Tremonius killed the demon? And then the New York grunt is like, I don't know. What if he ain't? It's just like really funny, a grunt with a New York accent. I really like it. They're from High Charity. Don't mind the city accents. They live upstate High Charity. Don't mind the accent. It's from the inner cities.
Nice one, mate.
Now I'm just picturing like a grunt, like High Charity, the Covenant's holy city, being like New York. And I'm picturing like a grunt running like a convenience store. It's like, yo, you seen that crazy shit with that Arbiter? No, he wouldn't be the Arbiter. Yo, you seen the Elite they putting on trial? They're saying the dude's a traitor.
Yeah. I saw that on the news. They're gonna brand him with the mark of shame. Oh, shit. No joke, they're gonna get out the hot stick. The demon's here. Light him up, boys. Oh my God.
Either built this way on purpose or was created by some other cataclysmic event.
That is so fucking perfect. Oh my God. My heart aches. Like that has like I'm like you've created a hole in my heart that needs to be filled. That needs to be a line in Halo. It's the demon. Light him up, boys. When you startle a grunt. Oh my God. High Charity would have a shitty football team too. Oh my God. I'm picturing brutes wearing football gear. What would they be called? Oh my God, what would the official football team of the Holy City of High Charity? What would it be called? Oh my God. Staten Island grunts. Oh my God. The High Charity Banshees. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, that's good shit. Whew. I feel like a new man. I tried my best. Gotta put that English degree to work somehow. The Boston Brutes! I don't want to laugh too hard because I don't want to... The Shih Tzu woke up and last night he got all hyper. The Craigs! What species would be the cheerleaders? It's gotta be the grunts. Like, come on. I'm disappointed in you for even asking that question. It's gotta be the grunts. It's not always about the money, Arbiter. It's about the Mets. Go Mets, baby! Oh my God. The Covenant Commanders. That's pretty good too. Hunters are the cheerleaders. Oh my God. That would be so fucking funny. Because the hunters, they just like make noises, you know, they can't speak. Such as roar. They've got little pom-poms. If somebody wants to draw this up, if somebody wants to draw the what are we gonna call them? What is the name that we're gonna decide on? What got the best reaction from folks? Boston Brute songs. No, the cheerleaders would be skirmishers with the feathers. That would be pretty funny. That's a good idea. The skirmishers with the little feathers. Would elites be more suited for a basketball team instead of a football team? Maybe. So I'm of two minds. Like the brutes, I'm picturing a bunch of brutes in like those old, like the pigskin football uniforms. Like, you know, when they had the like ridiculously stupid looking helmets. Like back when football was relatively early. Like that's what I'm picturing. A bunch of brutes in like those old-timey football uniforms. Like not the modern football uniforms, like the goofy ones to kind of bump up the comedy value of like the little scenario we're setting up.
Full car coming up.
The Grunt Goblin is a mascot. That is such a good idea. The Boston Brutes had me rolling. Boston Brutes is really funny. That one is really, really funny. But the problem is these are not the Boston Brutes. Like they're playing for high charity, my man. They're playing against Boston. Boston's from Earth. The New Jersey Jackals. Oh my god. Oh boy. The Covenant Commanders by Chase K. That is the one currently that I'm landing on. The Covenant Commanders, because that sounds like a real football team. Covenant Commanders is really good. That's the one I'm landing on so far. I'm just picturing like all the prophets like in their, you know, in their little like thrones. Must we make an appearance at the game today? The Grunts could use it, the morale boost. The Covenant Commanders are our best team. The Demon's forces stand no chance.
He's asking the other prophets to forgive his premature arrival.
The game will be ours.
That explains why there were so
The toy sack dudes.
would have such bad info about his enemy's homeworld.
Oh my god, Doizak Dudes is pretty good. But unfortunately, the Doizak Crusaders sounds more like a team. I'm going with oh god, where is he? Where are you, buddy? Chase K, if you're still watching. If you're still watching, buddy. Covenant Commanders, that might be the one. That might be the one. If anybody right now in the art community is watching this, if you want to get on this, stat drawing us up a Covenant Commanders team logo and maybe a little bit of artwork. Hey, the Detroit drones. All stand for the Covenant anthem, and a hunter starts singing. A hunter. They all rise for the Covenant anthem, and the hunter goes up to the microphone and is just like, oh my god. I am honored to have helped create a good idea. Oh my god.
You all right, amigo?
The Houston Hunters. The Heretics sounds pretty good, not gonna lie. No, but like, this is like the Covenants. This is the Covenants, their team, you know? They don't want to promote, any dissent. Oh my god. Oh, say, can you see by the ring's holy light? Oh my fucking god! Oh my god, my stomach hurts! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, my face is so red and my like it really hurts to laugh. I'm gonna wake up with a six-pack. Oh my god. Whew. Okay. Oh my god. I can't fucking focus on this stupid video game. Shit, my dog is so concerned. He's so worried about me. Oh my god. Oh god, I wish my wife was here to take care of the dog. I'm okay, Pumpkin, it's alright. This guy fuck off with an energy sword. Oh my god. Whew. Oh. Whew. By the rings, this is too much. Truly by the rings no more. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh boy.
And people say I've got a big head.
Oh. Whew. Oxygen, air. Oh boy. Now I gotta what happened? How'd I get into this room? Where are we in the level? I don't even know how we got here, man. Like, like trying to play through the tears in my eyes was really difficult. Oh, the hunters are here. Okay. Oh my god. Oh boy. Who is playing the halftime show? Oh my god. Halftime show in High Charity. During the game, the Covenant Commanders. Oh my god. The hunter sings the national anthem. Oh my god. Good face exercise. Yeah. Oh my god, I worked out every single muscle in my face. It feels like I've witnessed something legendary tonight. I'm glad to have been the social town square where all of us have gathered and come up with the idea of a High Charity football team.
He's got a sword.
but really, who's playing the halftime show? Did you downgrade the MCC to make it look like dog water? Hey, bucko. Does this look like the MCC? You pay respects to your elders. This is Halo 2 you're talking to. On the original Xbox. My dude, it's in the title of the video. I raise you skirmisher cheerleaders. Also, brutes would be perfect for rugby. It already looks like a bunch of berserkers running it. Yeah, that is kind of what rugby looks like anyways. Oh my god. The Georgia Gravemind, it's just one big dude.
Regret's carrier just received a response.
This entire stream is AI generated. None of this is real. No, 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 I assure you.
Listen to this.
AI is not capable of generating half the shit we're talking about.
Design. That you shall be spared a public display of our contempt is thanks only to Mercy and his wise counsel. Truth, mercy, regret. 3 prophet hierarchs. Killing regret should shake up the Covenant leadership. But frankly, it sounds like you might be doing Truth a favor.
Oh my god.
Stay on point, Chief.
Connect your Xbox to Insignia, the replacement for Xbox Live servers. We play Halo 2 weekly. Don't I have to have a modded Xbox to do that? So that's what Insignia is. I'll definitely have to look into it, because just, like, in general, I want to be able to play Xbox, like, the original Xbox Live. Ugh. Do they allow Spartans to play on football teams in the future? No power armor. Like, realistically, no. I'd imagine not. It's the same steps, may as well. Of modding, or like just logging into Xbox Live? Brute ice hockey with gravity hammers? Slippery griff ball? Yeah, I can see it. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, brute ice hockey. It works. It works. Oh boy. Did you buy this Xbox or did you still have it? I think I got this Xbox. Because I never actually owned an original Xbox myself. I always had to play Halo 1 and 2 at buddies' houses. Ugh. But I couldn't tell you how long ago I got this Xbox. A soft mod, you use a USB with an exploit package. It launches from the Xbox dash. Simple as. Okay, don't I have to use a specific USB? Because, like, modern USBs, they don't work because they're too modern. I think Rebecca had the same issue. Where in order to... What was it you were doing, honey? You were modding something, right? Or were you downloading something? But you couldn't use, like, a modern USB, right? You had to use something that was a little bit, older. Urgh, to quote LNG 2024. Yeah, holy crap, my throat hurts a lot. And my stomach hurts. My face hurts. That was good stuff. I'm imagining an elite cramming into a golf cart with a grunt as his caddy. He looked like he was driving like a little tyke. You should stream the Sonic games on their original hardware after you stream the Halo games on their original consoles. That is a great idea. I doubt we'd be able to get to like 200 viewers for Sonic, but I'd love to do it. Ugh. When does Black Ops 6 come out? Yeah, I was adding downloadable content to my Palm Trio because it can IR beam to my Tamagotchi. It could only read 2 gigabytes, nothing higher. Guys, oh my god. Before my wife left for New York, she was like smoldering stuff. Like, she was going crazy. She was refurbishing her Tamagotchis, opening them up, smoldering. Or no, not smoldering, soldering. Soldering, sorry, not smoldering. She was soldering her, like, my wife's crazy when it comes to modding stuff. Valley Girl accent elites! An elite with a Valley Girl accent! I don't even know how I'd begin to do a Valley Girl elite.
How's it going, you two? So far, so good. We're approaching the main temple now.
Just want to point out this all started from one grunt with a New York accent. Oh my god, yeah, we're almost done with Delta Halo.
I'll keep you posted.
We're almost done with Delta Halo, and it all started from us talking about a grunt with a New York accent. Like, cut to 30 minutes later. You don't pronounce the L in soldering. Oh, so it's soldering? Gotcha. I don't think I've ever had to say solder out loud. So that's good to know, that the L is silent. Now can I... Hang on, I gotta... Now coming up to the tee, a nihilist has insisted on using his own club for its next hole. Can't say that hammerhead is of an approved measurement. That is so fucking awesome. The brute annihilus. He's insisted on using his own club, and he pulls out a gravity. He's just, I'm picturing like a brute like teeing up for the swing, you know? He's like wiggling his butt a little bit, and then he just, boom, and half of the golf course is gone. Oh my god. Well, the Banshee is stuck. Yeah, this guy. Whoa, where'd he go? What the fuck happened? Where'd the Banshee go? Oh my god. LNG, will you finish Halo CE? Probably. I'll have to maybe do like a back-to-back. Finish up Halo 2 and Halo CE. Look at the fucking grunt! The grunt's still in the cutscene. Buddy Chief isn't over there. He's tier left.
Get inside the temple and kill regret before it can stop.
This is... I don't ever want to hear anybody say that they wish Blur would come back for Halo. I freaking love in-engine cutscenes, dude. Oh my god.
The Covenant fleet has launched multiple waves of Phantoms. Too many for me to track. We don't have much time.
Do you guys hear that clicking?
Watch your back.
Our PC batteries, they are not happy with something. Oh my god. It's a golf announcer. You're supposed to speak in a quiet, somewhat mundane. That's right. Not like an old-timey. Yeah. Like there's absolutely nothing that could ever surprise you. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I get the humor. So it would be like, now coming up to the tee, Annihilus has insisted on using his own golf club for the next hole. Can't say that hammerhead is of an approved measurement. Like kind of more like that. I'll have to listen to golf tournaments. I could probably get the voice down. I can almost hear the voice in your head, but I can't articulate it. But holy shit, dude, that is a hilarious bit. Fucking Annihilus is such a good name for a brute. Especially a brute playing golf.
The Covenant fleet has launched multiple waves.
Oh my god.
Too many for me to track. We don't have much time.
He says, "Oh come on, Andrew, that voice was gold, though." No, like, I get it. Okay, the humor. It would be way funnier to be talking about a brute named Annihilus with like a very calm, mundane voice. Like just the carefree, like that. Appears to be Annihilus going up to the hole, like that would sell the humor way better than the like over the top voice. Oh my fucking god, what was that? I don't think the Prophet of Regret has ever lived long enough in this boss fight to attack me. So seeing him shoot a fucking laser beam. You telling me those fucking prophets have laser beams in their chairs? Look at this dude. Come here, nerd. I'm gonna punch you in the face. Look at him. Look at this dork. Where'd he go? Oh my god. I've told my wife for so long about this. I'm like, babe, in the Halo 2 campaign, you like board the Prophet's chair like a vehicle, and then you have to mash the melee button to punch him in the face. Look at this nerd. I'm not hitting you. Oh my god, I fucking love this campaign so much, man.
Preparing to fire on our position. We need to get out of here.
I see the Prophet's got that special wheelchair upgrade. Yeah, the one with the laser beam. Oh my god. Oh, my head hurts. Lunch money acquired. Oh. Oh my god. One hell of a game. Yeah, this game is wild, dude. I can't believe Bungie made this thing. Hold X to steal lunch money. Oh boy. Oh. I'm like massaging my temples because I got a headache from laughing so hard. The Prophet's chair is like something you'd make in in Dead Rising. You're so right. Holy shit. Huh. This is the shit that I hope Halo Studios gets into. Like, Halo is more fun when it's funny. Like, when it's not taking itself so damn seriously. Like, you can have the serious story. Like, all of this stuff that's happening in this cutscene is, like, for real, man. But then we cut to gameplay, and we've gotta, like, board the Prophet's chair and mash the melee button.
No, Holy One. I only wish to express my concern that the brutes...
Recommissioning the Guard was a radical step. But recent events have made it abundantly clear that the elites can no longer guarantee our safety.
I know there's probably a simple reason the Prophets almost always are in those chairs, but I like to think they're the Prophets' equivalents of nursing home escapees. Yeah, they're just like, if I remember right, in the Halo lore, the Prophets, like, because the Prophets are so fucking, like, weird and, like, slimy and creepy and gross, they have, like, a crazy, fixation on, like, purity, like, genetic purity and stuff, so they're just, like, they're almost like the royal family. They're just so inbred. They're just so damn inbred, man, that they can't even, like, walk anymore. They've got to use those chairs to float around. If I remember right, that's the lore. Not that the royal family has to use sci-fi hover chairs to float around. Oh my god.
For ages we searched for one who might unlock the secrets of the ring.
Look at that. I love that little detail there of him stroking his weird little, like, alien beard that he has. They took that out in the anniversary cutscene, I think. Take care, Blood Name Gaming. This cutscene goes so hard because of the fresh memory of Chief audaciously boarding Regret's throne and beating him to a pulp. Look, listen, in the soundtrack, you can hear the Delta Halo monk chant.
Once the shield is down, we will head straight to the library.
Have a good night, everyone. Best live stream ever. Oh, man.
Human that killed the Prophet of Regret. Who was it? Who do you think? The demon is here? Why? Looking for a little payback? Retrieving the icon is my only concern. Of course.
Whew. Elites are upset over the exchanging of hats / rugby team players. Yeah, Arbiter. Yeah, you're gonna shoot the giant robot crab with your little gun. Sure, dude. Like, I'm sure that's gonna stop it. You think a 2 rewrite could make Regret living work? Like, Regret not dying, but surviving the encounter with the Master Chief? It could. You know, it actually could. If you swapped places with the Prophet of Mercy and have him be the crazy one. Because he's like the religious fanatic who invades the planet. And then it would be like horrifying to the youngest Prophet who's like worked so hard that Truth just abandons him to the Flood later in the campaign. Like, that could totally work. Chief would just beat his ass. Yeah, dude, oh my god. You thought that beating was bad. If Chief got his hands on that old man's neck. Make Halo funny again. That's what I'm saying. Like, Halo is a pretty damn funny series sometimes, dude. Halo's a lot more fun when it's being funny. Enough of the Chief, like, oh my god. Is Chief... Who... The Machine... Is Chief... What's his inner humanity? Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, Halo's more fun when it's just, like, a crazy story. How much more of the campaign will you play tonight? It is currently midnight, and if I want to not oversleep today, if I don't want to oversleep tomorrow, which I unfortunately did today, I slept till like 2 in the morning because of how late we stayed up playing. I'll probably play another 30 minutes, alright? Fellas? My gamers. Who? The Machine is Chief. Yeah, like basically... Like, I just have no patience for the Master Chief is sad stories. I'm so tired of them. Tell that to the Covenant. Oh my god, my voice is so screwed up because I'm not feeling well that I can almost do Steve Downes. Tell that to the Covenant. You slept till 2 a.m.? No. Did I say 2 a.m.? I meant 2 p.m. We all make mistakes. Like, don't get me wrong. I really like Halo Infinite's story. But, man, I'm so ready to move on from Chief is sad. Is he more machine than man? Stories. Always equip your jackals with carbines. Here, let's That's fucking wild! You can do that? What the hell? Dude, I just did the evolution of the jackals. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Where'd he go? Look at that dude! Look at the dude! He's got a freaking carbine! Stop shooting my scent. Oh my god, we got Guilty Sparks. We got Guilty Sparks. We got Guilty Spark here in the comments. Chat. Sorry, the chat. You're wrong. Pelican Pilot is sad. No, Pelican Pilot is sad, but also Chief is sad. And then later on, when Chief betrays the weapon, she becomes sad, and so just the three of them are all sad. But then they reconcile. And then by the end of the campaign, they're glad. Bro, they just like Marines for real, the jackals. Mercy's already kind of a merciless boomer. Regret being more honorable, working on the ground with the elites could warrant further exploration, in my opinion. That's true. How would you reconcile, like, the super obvious but definitely fun gimmick of each prophet, their name is, like, hypocritical. Like, the prophet of truth won't stop lying. The prophet of regret... Well, I guess the prophet of regret instantly did something he regretted by invading Earth and then getting his ass handed to him, and so he had to run to Halo. And then the prophet of mercy, the old man in the chair, is the one who's constantly like, hang him by his entrails, like the council will have their corpse. Why was it not destroyed with the rest of their fleet? That prophet of mercy, he's just out for blood, dude. He just wants to see the human race burn. the lower resolution in art, the lower resolution in blur really helps the art in this game. It looks awful running in HD on the MCC. Yeah, these games, I think that the art, like Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2 look good on MCC, don't get me wrong, but you definitely got to play them at their original resolutions on CRT monitors, because like developers know what they're doing when they're designing the art and the visual effects of these games. Like that Sentinel beam looks so damn good on a CRT TV. Because on a modern display, you can't get true black because of the inherent backlight that comes from modern displays. You can only get that on a CRT TV or an HDR TV. So, you know, black in a lot of modern games on modern displays, it comes out looking more like gray. And a lot of these older games, like the deep black shadows in the corners, they unfortunately, they're brightened up because of the backlight on your monitors. So you got to play these older games on like CRT televisions or HDR displays if you want to get the true like color depth. And even an HDR display, you're not getting the true picture because it's also not like you know, the art is meant to be scaled with a CRT, or not scaled, interpreted with a CRT television. Does the CRT give stuff a bit of bloom? It's a bit more than that. It's about the way that it diffuses light. So it definitely, it helps bloom. Okay, so like right there. Do you see how, like, it's not really glowing? You know, it looks like there's kind of like almost like a milk, like a fog of milk around light sources, like right there. You can see that it's hard to explain. That's not what a light source looks like in the real world. You know, it's not this kind of like haze that hovers around an object. If this was on a CRT television, it would be able to interpret that in a way that does actually kind of look like the glare from something glowing. And the reason it looks, you know, screwed up here is because this game, the art was not designed for this type of television or monitor. It was designed to look good on a CRT television. You know, same with like right here, like the darkness that I'm in. If this was on a CRT television, we'd be in the shadows. We'd be in blackness, you know, and the light over there would look like sanctuary, safety. Like, just, there's a lot more nuance to lighting in games that are designed for CRT television technology. And by just playing it on a modern display, the image the image comes out looking completely different. You know, everything's brighter. Dark shadows are more overexposed than they should be. Light sources look a little bit more fake and artificial. I can see what you mean, though. The black looks very gray. Yeah, it's like, you know when you're playing a YouTube video on your iPhone and the screen goes black in the YouTube video? It's not really black. Like, you can see that your screen is on. You know, you're never confused. You're like, oh my god, my iPhone's turned off. Like, you can see that your iPhone is on and that the display is on because it's glowing a little bit. You know, the screen looks a little bit gray. That's the backlight. And because of that, you can never get true blackness on a modern display. Only things like CRT televisions can actually do true pitch black blackness levels.
Get her off me! Suppressive fire! Suppressive fire!
Heading out. Thanks for the stream. It was fun. Does anyone actually sell mini CRTs these days as a retro consumer niche product? Well, the thing about CRT televisions, what's tough about them is they are extremely difficult to make nowadays. It's almost like becoming a lost technology, a lost art. They're very expensive to make, they're very difficult to make, and they consume a lot of power. So it's like for a lot of people, you know. Oh no. You can usually find CRT televisions. Like, hey, if you got a Facebook, dude, go on Facebook Marketplace and look up and see if CRT televisions, you know, if anyone's giving them away. Usually, you know, the old folk, they're looking to rehome their CRT televisions. That's where I got mine from. I've actually got 2 CRT televisions, and they both unfortunately kind of suck. There are subreddits that are dedicated to CRT televisions. You could probably ask around there. I'm currently I'm on the hunt for a good quality CRT television, one with a good display. Because the 2 that I have, they're unfortunately pretty cheap. Yeah, CRTs are certainly not being made in mass these days. It's also dangerous to do maintenance on them as well. Yeah. Arby just died there thinking about his power bill for a CRT television. Should we sell? Should we sell ours? Probably. I like the CRT televisions we have, babe. But it's like, the reason we have them in storage right now is because we don't have room to have them out. Like, I would like to, you know, have one out for some retro gaming, but none of them are ideal, I don't think. The one on the closet floor. Yeah, that one's not great. The big chunky one that we have, that one is of a better quality. We could probably sell the one on the closet floor. Are CRT TVs much different than CRT monitors? They're pretty much the same thing. Yeah, they're also, like, ridiculously heavy, just because of, like, how ridiculous the technology inside is. Fun stream, catch you later. Hope to see you on Insignia. I can point you in the right directions when you're ready. Reach out to me, dude. Reach out to me on, like, Discord or Twitter, and I'd love to chat and get some help setting it up. Sony's Trinitron TVs are dirt cheap, dude. What is it called? Hang on. The Sony Trinitron? I'm looking it up right now. Sony Trinitron CRT television. $10,000? What? Oh, that's like a... Okay. That's like one of those, like, placeholder prices. I wouldn't say dirt cheap. This one that I'm looking at is almost $300. This one's $220. This one is almost $1,000. the marathon logo is just a stick man looking at you. That's pretty funny. I'm not going to be able to unsee that now, to be honest. Does your CRT make that high-pitched ring that CRTs make? Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I turn it on and there's the and then the, you know, the very subtle hiss, and then the whine. Yeah, unfortunately. Dude, where are you looking for them? I can get them in my town for like $10. I'm looking right now on just Google. I mean, maybe where do you recommend I should look for online shopping for a Sony Trinitron? Where are we, dude? Arbiter's not paying attention. He's talking about CRT televisions. All CRT will make that noise. Yeah, they will all make that noise. But some will do it louder and more obnoxiously than others. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to contact you to get you... Oh my god, really? A CRT? Because they're dirt cheap in Mexico? What about, like, power? Would I need, like, a converter then? Dude, this is wild. I'm getting excited. Holy crap. I might get a cool CRT television. Oh, worm? Holy crap. Yeah, Leo, reach out to us, dude. If the land of Mexico is as abundant in CRT televisions as you claim, please help us. Can you do an impression of the Arbiter doing an old CRT TV? Oh my god. There was one ship. Are you sure? Yes, they called it the Sony Trinitron. OLED screens are also pretty good. Those can achieve black levels pretty well. Like Halo on the MCC looks really damn good on a Steam Deck OLED. Oh boy, let's try to get through this place. Dude, it's so crazy how, like, shrunk down the Forerunner environments are in Halo 2 compared to Combat Evolved. Like, remember how big these things were in Combat Evolved? That's just, that was, we were talking earlier about, you know, having to optimize the game geometry to run better, and this was one of the things that they had to do, was massively scale down a lot of the environments. I find it funny how this level teases enemy marines to the player, but it doesn't deliver. Not gonna lie, it's probably for the best. Also missed 2 of my super shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to back up. I should have brought my Steam Deck, says the wife. You should have, babe. That's okay. Well, hopefully we won't need to keep doing this. But I know, baby, I wish we could play together. Here, let me look. Prophet of Regret has no regrets. He doesn't reconcile with his own... Gotcha, okay. He has no regrets. He doesn't reconcile with his own actions. It makes him confident and headstrong if short-sighted and inconsiderate. You know what? Your analysis is on point, Andrew. You can get true black levels on OLED displays. They control the light level of the individual pixels, turning them off for the areas that are black and have no light. That is definitely true. Yeah, OLED displays are, like, really damn good. They of course, you know, they're not... Some of the, like, visual effects of these older Halo titles, like, you can see it on the rockets that whiz by. Think of, like, okay, think of, like, Ocarina of Time style graphics. You know how, like, a fire in those older games, the way that they would portray the glow, would be, like, a kind of transparent egg around the fire, you know? You know what I'm talking about, right? God, I probably sound so dumb. Hopefully somebody knows what I'm talking, what I'm, like, saying. But, like, really, really old 3D games, to make something, like, glowing, like a torch, you know, hanging on a wall, it would have, like, kind of like a transparent 3D, like, cone around it or something. And though a lot of, like, those things, like the glow coming off of, like, the missiles and stuff that are flying out of it, like, you can, those are designed to be then, you know, fed through a CRT monitor, and due to the technology that CRT televisions use, it reinterprets them in a way that makes it look like an organic, natural-looking light source. And so OLED displays are really badass, and they can actually do true black levels, but they can't do that. They can't reinterpret the way that a lot of the graphics were done in order to make sure that they come out looking correct. Like, if you've ever looked online at pixel art CRT comparisons, you can see examples given of how a CRT television will actually take intentionally designed graphics. The Shih Tzu's throwing a temper tantrum now. Perfect opportunity to gaslight LNG. No, I have no idea what transparentness you are referring to. Don't worry, if nobody understands you, we can just license your nonsense as Simlish for the next Sims game. Yeah, I probably sound like I'm like a raving lunatic. You know the transparent eggs that they put around the fireplace in the old games? Please tell me you know what I'm talking about. That's because CRT televisions don't have pixels. They use an aperture grill. Yeah, CRT televisions, they are not made up of a grid of pixels. It's actually pretty crazy. It's like a network of tubes. CRT technology is so freaking cool, dude. Scan lines, I think that's what you're referring to. Oh my God. You know what? I'm done. I'm not focusing. I don't have to kill that guy. I'm like sitting here like, dude, like I'm the arbiter. I have a shotgun and I'm shooting into the air at the giant sentinel crab. I totally forgot I can just go. I bought a CRT recently. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, modern games look really freaking cool on CRT televisions. When I tried out Halo Infinite on a CRT television a few years ago, it was like pretty shocking how good it looked. It looked a lot better than playing on a 4K TV. I mean, like, it didn't look better, you know, because like the CRT television that I have is like pretty a poop from a butt, to put it nicely. But the actual, like, what I mean, I guess, is like the way that light was handled. It looked more natural. It looked softer. In like a very aesthetically pleasing way.
Negative, ma'am. They are not Covenant. Cover that doorway.
And I would love to play some of the more modern Halo games. And even ones like Halo 2 Anniversary, like its remastered graphics. Love to play them on a CRT television. Can you please say Yabehorn, Grobble, Phoebe Lay? Like that? Phoebe Lay! Yabehorn, Grobble, Phoebe Lay! Like that? Is that Simlish? The Forerunners used CRT television technology, you know. The only thing keeping me from hooking up the old CRT TV is just how big and heavy they are. I don't have the space for that bad boy. Dudes. That is a cool skybox. I freaking love the design of that thing. That's the library, right? Like the library where the activation index for the Halo rings are usually housed. Like, that's just a cool design for a structure. It looks like the Senate from the Star Wars prequels. I feel like you just got tricked into saying something bad. No, it's my wife. I'd trust her with my life. Though she does like to pull the little prank on me. And sometimes it's a joke only she understands, which makes it even funnier when she's just laughing like crazy. And it's like she didn't make a joke, there was no punchline, and it just makes her laugh harder. She just says something ridiculous. She's like, oh my god, there was like one thing that got her. She just like lost it. She had zoomies. She just said, easy E. And she's not like referencing anything. She just thinks that's funny. Like, and because she's laughing, it makes me laugh. Look out at the view. Like today I almost peed laughing. Was the stream that funny, babe? Oh, because of your edit. Oh my god. She sent me this ridiculous edit. I sent her a video of me like just petting my dog. And today, for some reason, she was being all like, oh my god, can I send you like a video? I want you to grade my editing and be serious. And then she sent me this ridiculous where she was like using speed up and slow down of me just fucking petting my dog. Easy E. I like that the flood looks more green in Halo 1 rather than yellow. Yeah, this game, they kind of lost a bit of the bioluminescent glow from the flood, and it's unfortunate. Look how beautiful. And those things, if I remember, that thing that goes crashing down, that thing is I think it's supposed to be a sentinel barge. Like, those things construct sentinels and then deploy them. Because what we just fought through back there was it's like, think of it like Disneyland. Like, that is the backroom tunnels that the employees move through. Like, the stuff you're not supposed to see. That's essentially what we just fought through. Was the service tunnels of the ring. And where all the boiler rooms are and stuff. He eaten the cheese. You're gonna be saying, you're gonna get her going, guys. Oh, that's an elite. You walk through the crashed barge later on in the level. Is that true? Okay, I believe you. Look, see, like that glow there? Like, that's not how light works. Okay, light is not that solid. But on a CRT television, that would look more normal. Like, it would look natural as a glow. Like, it would look like, you know, a beam of light. Rather than like a solid 3D shape. That's what I was trying to talk about, God. What did I frickin' say? I said a transparent egg? I'm drinking that dumb juice tonight, fellas. God. Sometimes I can pull, like, the funnest bit of trivia out of the back of my head. And I'm like, did you know that Master Chief's foot is made up of 43 polygons? And then I'm like, Ocarina of Time put transparent eggs around fire. Oh no. The Shih Tzu's trashing the bedroom again, guys. Titi. Pumpkin. Here he comes. Hi, buddy. Hi. What is it, Butterball? What is it, Egghead? What is it, Titi? What's that face? He's trembling with energy. This is bad. This is very bad, guys. What do you want, Titi? Do you need to go outside? Crap. Okay. All right. Guys, unfortunately, that might mark the end of the stream for the night. All right, we're gonna go outside, TT. All right, we're gonna go outside. Okay, we're gonna go outside. Okay, I promise. I promise it's not a trick. It's not a trick, TT. Okay, we're gonna go outside. We're gonna go outside, buddy. Okay. Alrighty, guys. It is almost 1 in the morning, and in order to make sure that I don't stay up all night, because I'm all like wound up and hyper now, because we're talking about eggs and Easy E's. Oh my god, someone spiked the punch with melee juice. That was fun, though. It was a great time. God, this was fun, guys. What should we play tomorrow? Should we keep playing Halo 2? Should we finish it tomorrow night? You want to go outside? You want to go outside, TT? Okay, we're gonna go outside, TT. Yeah, we'll play Halo 2 tomorrow night, and then the next night we will do, have a good night. Do I send you CRTs in Gmail? Can't message you on Twitter. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, shoot me a message on Gmail. If you have a Discord, then give me your Discord name, and we'll get in touch, my man. Okay. Have an easy E, everybody. Good night, and God bless. God bless America. God bless Ron Perlman, I guess. And I guess God bless eggs, ultimately.